So I'm starting. Happiness is when what you think, what you say, and what you do are in harmony. A very good morning to honorable guest speakers, dear students, faculty members, and honorable director, sir. I, Ritvij Raj, on the behalf of Symbiosis Center for Management Studies, Nagpur, welcome you all to the induction ceremony of 2021 class of BBA. It gives me immense pleasure to share that today we are joined by some of the country's prominent and prolific personalities here this morning for the event. Before beginning the event, I would request everyone to join us on the Ganesh Vandana.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा
Thank you, everyone. Now I would like to invite our Honorable Director, Dr. Shakti Bodh Bhatnagar, sir, who is an academician with strong industry background with successful stints in some of the biggest multinationals in India, to deliver the welcome address.
Yeah, thank you, Ritvij. Respected Dr. R. Raman, Lieutenant General Vinod Bhatia, His Excellency Shri Vishnu Prakash, faculty members, and dear students. On behalf of Symbiosis Center for Management Studies, Nagpur, it is my proud privilege to extend a warm and cordial welcome to all of you who have gathered here for the induction of batch of 2021-24. We are highly thankful to our Dean, Faculty of Management, who is also Director of Strategy and Development, and Director of Symbiosis Institute of Business Management, Pune, Dr. R. Raman, who agreed to be a part of the induction program at SCMS Nagpur, in spite of his multifarious engagements. There are hardly any new initiative at SIU wherein Dr. R. Raman did not play a key role. He plays an important role in shaping Symbiosis International University's future. We are therefore very thankful to Dr. R. Raman for having readily accepted our invitation to be a part of induction program for the batch of 2021-24. We are particularly thankful to ex-Director General of Military Operations, Indian Army, Lieutenant General Vinod Bhatia, an officer and a gentleman with vast experience in handling complex operational, administrative, logistical, and organizational issues. As DGMO, he was responsible for planning and execution of rescue and relief operations during one of the worst ever disaster, Uttarakhand floods in 2013, wherein about 35,000 people were evacuated under the most challenging and difficult circumstances. We are therefore feeling very privileged that you have readily accepted our invitation to be a part of this induction 2021-24 here at SCMS Nagpur. We are also very thankful to former Indian Ambassador to Canada, His Excellency Shri Vishnu Prakash. Ambassador Vishnu Prakash is a law graduate, gold medalist, and a career diplomat with IFS batch of 1981. He retired as India's High Commissioner to Canada in 2016. Presently, he is a foreign affairs analyst, advisor, and a columnist specializing in Indo-Pacific region. He is associated with prominent think tanks, educational institutions, and writes regularly for national and international publication. He is a sought-after speaker and an expert panelist on Indian and foreign TV channels. We are therefore highly thankful to His Excellency Shri Vishnu Prakash to have readily accepted our invitation and to be a part of and grace this occasion of induction here at SCMS Nagpur. I would also like to welcome the batch of 2021-24 on this occasion. And what better way to have started your graduation journey than listening to these great personalities giving you a well-deserved start. I would also like to welcome our students, a few of our students from third year and second year who will also join these sessions to listen to thoughts of our great speakers. Thank you very much and welcome to all.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, it's my pleasure to invite our first speaker, Dr. R. Raman, Dean, Faculty of Management, Symbiosis International University. He also holds the position of Director, Strategy and Development at Symbiosis. His passion is to interact with the future leaders who will lead the corporate world in the next decade. He also works with startups in devising strategies to manage their business risks, set up processes and systems to improve their efficiency. His keen dedication towards research has made him publish several research papers in renowned international journals, which are listed in Scopus. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please welcome Dr. R. Raman, sir. Sir, the floor is all yours now.
Yeah, thank you, Ritvij, if I am right. I'm sorry if I am wrong. And first is thank you, Director, for giving this opportunity for interacting with your students here and all other dignitaries who joined this session. Without any further ado, let me share my screen. You're starting your 3-year undergraduate program in management. Introduction is given about me. My name is Dr. Raman. I am the Director of SIPM Pune, the Dean of the Faculty of Management. Right. So I'll be sharing my screen and sharing some thoughts which could be of use to you while you start this journey of yours. Right. So is my screen seen, Tanujit, if I am right? Spelling your name.
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Right.
Yes, sir, we can see.
Excellent. So you are starting your undergraduate journey at this campus, SCMS Nagpur. I'm sure soon you will be entering the campus. Today you're online because of COVID and still things are not open. So that's the reason you're all joining this program right from your home, and some of you might be joining with your parents as well, who will be sitting along with you for this induction program, which otherwise doesn't really happen. Right? So it's also a positive that you can join at your convenience. So basically, first is congratulations for making it for this program. Symbiosis is a brand. SCMS Nagpur is also a brand, right? So you are now joining a program and this brand will rub off on you for your life. You're going to have this brand on your resume for your life. Okay. So you're going to be the batch of 21-24 as it's called. Okay, so I'm going to share with you 6 management lessons in the next 15 minutes of time that has been allocated for me. These 6 management lessons for sure will be of great value and use to you while you are going with your 3-year management program as well as for your life. Pay due attention, listen and try to practice wherever it's possible. I think if you're able to take up all of this, that will be fantastic. And if you're able to take one by one and start implementing, that's also something good. Let me start with my first lesson of the 6 which I'm going to share with you today. Till 2007, okay, when you're about 14 years back, 15 years back, when you're talking about a mobile smartphone, the smartphones looked something like this. Some of you might not have even seen such phones, okay, but yes, your parents might definitely have seen it, right? So this is what a smartphone was till 2007. Something happened after 2007, but during 2007, iPhone was introduced, and this is how iPhone looked like, completely conventionally different from these phones. It didn't have any buttons. It was a small phone with only one screen and one single button there, right? So when this phone got introduced, the other operators, other players told, how can one operate a phone without buttons? And it's so costly. Who will buy it? So we will still have our market share and our customers, is what the thought process that they had. Okay. Fast forward 2021. When you talk about 2020, 2021, smartphone looks like this. That has become a default today. When you say a smartphone, this is how people, this is the image that comes to people's mind when you say a smartphone. So it has kind of become pre-iPhone and post-iPhone. The era looks like this, that after this iPhone got introduced in 2007. Pre-iPhone, the phones look like this, and post-iPhone, it looks like this. Fine, what does this mean to you? Basically, remember, the only thing that is constant is change. Change happens sometimes all of a sudden. Sometimes it is a gradual change that happens. This COVID phenomenon is a sudden change that's been thrown on all of us, right? Each of this change gives you a chance to do something different, something great. In fact, if you look at a lot of innovations that have happened, especially when there was a a change forced upon by the nature sometimes, right? So if you are able to go and either you create the change and lead the game, or accept the change, embrace the change, and evolve with the change instead of complaining about the change. So that's the first lesson that I would like to share with all of you. That don't keep cribbing about the change that is happening, that you're going to be at home. Hey, this is not the right way. This is all going to change for sure. But this change, what has happened, are also given you a chance. Even some more time you'll have to attend classes from home. Yeah, can't help it. But how are you going to make the best use of it is what you'll start thinking. So remember, every change gives you a chance to make something big, better, great. Do that. Let me go with my second lesson. My second lesson is, generally people say, oh, it's online, I'll miss the campus, there is peer interaction that I'll miss, and the related learning as well. True, that is one aspect of it. But if you look at, for a BBA program, you need to learn skills and knowledge, basically add value to yourself. Can that happen online? Yes, it can. You need to network with people. Can that happen online? Very much, with your group and other peers through platforms like LinkedIn. You also possibly will plan to have a strong and stable financial future after this, possibly with a good job, with a great salary, or a better opportunity with a post-graduation some of you might be planning, or a good startup with great valuation, are the general things that you plan. And all of this can for sure happen if you're going to look at a partly online way where you're going to learn this program. A BBA will help you to think structurally. It will help you for critical thinking skills to be developed. A lot of theory to be learned and concepts that can also happen online. Understand the practical applications of theoretical concepts that you're going to learn in management. And of course, should help you to communicate, to persuade, communicate to clarify, and communicate to change mindsets. That is also something which you learn right through your program. Many companies are pushing jobs forever to home, right? So presenting online meetings. So it starts with this. So here is a first online session where I'm sure you're able to see that some things which are structurally different from what you actually have seen in online presentations possibly is a skill that you need to develop. Here starts your lesson 1, right? Networking online is also possible, and you must start focusing on it for sure, because as I already told you, companies are pushing jobs back to home and they're telling work from home will be there forever, right? So getting prepared to work from home is also one of those aspects that this BBA program should teach you and will necessarily teach you. Of course, you should stay grounded. Just because you got a great brand, it doesn't mean that it's into your head and you start thinking that everything is achieved. No, it should not happen that way, right? So these are some things which you will have to remember. So basically, look at the positive aspects and ignore the negative aspects. That is the second lesson that I would like to share with you. Everything that's going to happen online will definitely go and give you an opportunity to learn something new. For sure, this is a starting place where you're going to learn something new online. I would like to quote this: Ajnata Shraddhanyasya Shamshayatman Vinashyati Nayam Loko Nastina Paro Nashukam Shamshayatman. Don't start doubting. You've taken a program here, you've taken an admission to this program. But if you keep doubting on and on and on, things will not happen the right way. You will never find happiness at all. So it says, Ajnata Shraddhanyasya Shamshayatman Vinashyati. If you keep doubting on and on, then possibly it will lead to disaster. So if you ask me, shouldn't I doubt? Yes, you must doubt as managers, as future managers, you must doubt, but keep doubts at the periphery and keep trust at the center, right? If you don't do that, then you'll never be happy. Not only if you're believing in Sanatana Dharma, not only in this life, but in any of future lives also you'll not be happy. So keep doubts at the periphery, keep trust at the center. And once you join the workforce, keep commitment at the center and keep expectations at the periphery. Once you keep commitment at the center and keep expectations at the periphery, life and job will be fabulous. You'll start enjoying what you do. But if you keep expectations at the periphery and commitment at the center, everything will be disappointment for you. So remember this, ensure that you do everything with a lot of dedication. The one with faith gains all wisdom. Shraddhavan labate jnanam. While you start this program, remember that you're going to do it with a lot of faith Trust and keep doubts at the periphery. Don't let the doubts go and hit all your trust. So that was the second lesson that I wanted to share with all of you. Now let me go with the third lesson here. The third lesson goes something like this. 1. You start attending classes online. Don't think you are at home. Give a location for the places where you're going, from the place where you're going to attend the session. Let that place be a clear, fixed place. Wherever it is. It could be in one of your bedrooms, could be at one portion of your hall, somewhere. Our homes are not designed for work or study from home, right? But you can possibly look at a location and fix that location instead of going around with a mobile here and there. Till classes start on campus, this location should be a location where you fix up and remain there. Second, never be underprepared for a class. It gives you immense confidence and satisfaction when you are well prepared for an online class. Prepare for it. See what you have to read and then get into the class. Third, the online also gives you a benefit for being anonymous. Don't be that nobody hiding behind that screen and at the other end of the spectrum is creating nuisance by contributing for the sake of class participation. So do not be that nobody hiding and do not be that person who's going to just contribute for the sake of contribution. Both these extremes have to be avoided, right? Remember, prepare, participate. Whatever is needed, yes, give that input, participate. Last but not the least, I've seen people tend to talk to each other using social media during an online class. Even today, now when this online class is happening, some of you might be on your Instagram, might be on your WhatsApp, commenting with your friends, talking something. That's a non-constructive and non-collaborative habit. Never get into such social media when there is a class that's going on. Give 100% attention to what is happening so that you get the maximum value from the sessions that's happening, right? Imagine you're in front of a professor in a live classroom. Dress that part, behave that part, and live that part. I'll repeat, dress that part, behave that part, live that part. It's very easy to develop slack habits at this point in time when everything is online. Never let that happen. Bring the discipline into it. Ensure you develop this as a habit. So that was my third lesson for all of you out of the 6 that I have. Let me go to the fourth one. The fourth one is a matrix which is called the energy focus matrix. I've taken this from Hagbruch and Sumantra Gosel. If you Google that energy focus matrix, you will find this matrix. It is about a bias for action, how effective managers harness their willpower to achieve results. Sumantra Gosel, an ex-professor of London School of Business, a professor of strategy, wanted to find only why some managers are successful. There are so many managers who are working in the corporate, right? Only some of them are very successful. So he wanted to find out or know why are only some managers successful. So he took a survey of about 25,000 managers and placed them in this matrix called the energy focus matrix. And he found only 10% of managers to be successful. While I explain this matrix to each one of you, you can place yourself in this matrix and see what change you have to bring in to become a part of those 10% of successful managers. In your case, successful students. So the energy focus matrix has got low and high on the x-axis and focus low and high on the y-axis. He found that there were nearly 40% of managers who are distracted managers. Yeah, that's really high. 40% of managers who had very high energy but very low focus. These were the managers who wanted to do everything. They had high energy, they wanted to do many things, finally ended up doing nothing. Let me go and give a correlation to students. When there are student councils at SCMS Nagpur, I'm sure there will be student councils. There will be people who will be asked to nominate themselves for it. And you'll find some people who get nominated for every council, they want to go and be a part of that council. Hands go up. And after about 1 month, these people might not be there in any council at all. Why? Very high energy, but very low focus. They don't have a focus to go and have something consistently put up as efforts to be a part of that council. Students, never be a part of this distracted manager segments of high energy and low focus. Fine. The next, he found 30% of people to be procrastinators, low on energy and low on focus. 30%, again, a huge number. I find some students who take up a program and I ask them why. They say, my parents are forcing me, hence I'm taking. You also will find some of your friends who are negative. Isn't it? You talk to them, you feel low, yeah. You ask anything, they'll give a negative comment to it. You ask about nation, they'll say negative. You ask about education, they'll talk negative. You talk about politics, they talk negative. They'll be oozing out negativity. You talk about world, they'll say anyway it's ending, polar seas are melting. Anything you go and talk to them will be negative. Low on energy, low on focus. Procrastinators will never end up getting anything good in life. Never be a part of this segment as well for the procrastinators. Okay, the next one interesting segment are the disengaged managers. These are the managers who are very high on focus, but very low on energy. Nearly 20% of managers were disengaged managers in his survey. Even in students, I find some of them who are disengaged managers. Let me give you an example. These are the people with very high focus. I mean, they got great planning, great focus, but don't have the energy to go and implement what they dream, right? Like, for example, there are some students who say, tomorrow on, I will start waking up at 5 o'clock, 5 to 5:30, I will go for jogging, and then I will complete everything. And I'm a little weak in mathematics, so let me practice mathematics from 6:30 to 7:30. All this is fine. Created a timetable, put it up, take a selfie, put up telling life is changing, hashtag get the best shoes. All this is done. And next day morning, 4:45 when the alarm rings, snooze. Again, 4:50, snooze. 5 o'clock, switch it off and go for sleep. Why? Low on energy. You had high focus, you created that plan, but you don't have the energy to execute that plan. In fact, in the corporate also, we find about 20% disengaged managers who are very high on focus but low on energy, can't implement the plans that they have, right? Never be a part of it. Okay, in their survey, they found only 10% to be purposeful action takers. Very high on energy, very high on focus. They have a plan, they have a dream, they know that that is the dream that they want to achieve. They have the energy, ensure that they live their dream. Every day they get up and say, my focus is clear. They know that they have identified the next mountain to climb, and they do everything to ensure they achieve the peak, right? So if you do not have any specific purpose, define them immediately. Have an audacious goal. Ensure that you try everything to do everything possible to achieve that goal. Here are 3 years of your life, one of the best times that you have to create a dream and start chasing that. Give everything possible. For that, you'll have to just push axis from low to high in energy and low to high in focus. Create a vision statement, have role models, and live that dream. The chancellor of our university, Dr. S.B. Mujumdar, says you should have, fire in belly, compassion in heart, and innovation in mind. These are his statements. I would like to quote that. That fire in the belly will ensure that you get all that energy, right? If you don't have that fire in the belly, you will not push yourself. How long your parents will keep telling you, yeah, you have to do this, you have to do that, come on, do it. It's only to some extent. So have that, push it, and be a part of this 10% purposeful action takers. So that was my 4th lesson. Let me go to the 5th lesson now. The 5th lesson is a law in which nature is governed. Okay, let me ask you some questions. Do you know that lions only succeed in 1/4 of their hunting attempts? Yes, it's only 1/4 of the hunting attempts that a lion succeeds, which means 75% of their attempts are failure, and they only succeed 25%. Despite the small percentage, they don't despair in their pursuit. They keep hunting. If I ask you a reason why, you might say, because they have to survive. If they don't hunt, they don't eat, they die. They'll die of hunger. This is what generally the answer is, isn't it? Yeah. But the main reason for this is not because of hunger, as some of you might think, but it is because of understanding the law of wasted efforts. Many in the nature have been instinctively built into, this has been built into animals, which is the nature in which this the law in which the nature is governed. A law in which nature is governed is this. Let me give some examples. Half of the eggs of fishes are eaten. Half of the baby bears die before puberty. Most of the world's rain fall in oceans. And most of the seeds of the trees are eaten by birds. So basically, scientists have found that animals and trees and other forces of nature are more respective to the law of wasted efforts, right? But many a time, humans are not. Only humans think that the lack of success in a few attempts is failure, But the truth is we only fail when we stop trying, right? So in this entire three-year program, there might be incidents where you might not really achieve all that you wanted. So be it, it's a part of learning because it's a law of wasted efforts, right? So remember the law of wasted efforts. The simple lesson is this: you can halt or take a momentary rest, but you can't say quit. Fine. Success sometimes does not come after a few attempts of failure. Sometimes it takes more attempts. You need to keep trying. And I'm sure if your goal is clear, if your energy focus matrix is very well defined, and if your goal is clear with a clear vision statement, you will for sure succeed, right? Learn to grow in your life understanding the power of wasted efforts. That is something which is very, very critical and important. My last lesson for you is this. There was a village, and in this village there was a sadhu. The sadhu was there, and there were people who were queuing up. One small child asks his mother that why are so many people queuing up to this sadhu? The mom says, you ask him anything, he answers. Anything? Yeah, anything. Past, present, future, anything, he answers. So the child then thinks, okay, let me do something. I'll take a butterfly, place it in my hand, and go to the sadhu and ask the sadhu if the butterfly is dead or alive. If the sadhu says it's dead, I open it up, I make it fly and say you're wrong. If the sadhu says it is alive, I'll crush it to death and say you're wrong, here is the butterfly dead. So with this plan, the child goes to the sadhu with the butterfly in hand and asks the sadhu, say question, is the butterfly dead or alive? And the sadhu says, it's all in your hands, right? So what does this got to do with your BBA program? Will I get great placements? Will I get great education? Will I learn? Will I add value? Answer to all of them is it's all in your hands, right? All the best for an enthralling BBA journey. You've taken a right decision, but yes, it's all in your hands to make this big for yourself. All the best. I think all of you are on the mute mode due to some regulation issues on online mode. And I once again thank the director of SCMS Nagpur, Dr. Shakti, for giving this opportunity to address all of you for the past 15-20 minutes. I'm sure that the lessons that I've shared with you will be remembered by you and will be practiced wherever possible. All the best. God bless you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your kind thoughts. I'm sure students will take a lot of learnings from your address. Now the time has come to introduce you all to our next speaker, and I'm sure you all must have been eagerly waiting for this session. So our next speaker is Lieutenant General Vinod Bhatia, sir. General Vinod Bhatia is the former Director General of the Military Operations, the Indian Army, and the Director, Center for Joint Warfare Studies, think tank of Ministry of Defense, Government of India. He superannuated after 40 years of distinguished service in the Army as the Director General Military Operations, one of the most important functionaries of the Army. As the DGMO, he was directly responsible for talks with his counterpart in Pakistan to ensure sustained ceasefire, a first-of-its-kind initiative, and was much appreciated by the national polity. His advisory skills in the strategic arena have played an inseparable part in designing and implementing numerous policies for the Indian Armed Forces. He was also the co-chair of the India-US Steering Group on Defense Cooperation. He's a TEDx speaker and a renowned television personality. I want you to join me in welcoming to the induction ceremony the Director of Center for Joint Warfare Studies, former DGMO of Indian Army, ace paratrooper, officer under whose guidance 35,000 people were saved during the Uttarakhand disaster in 2013. The officer who played a super important role in some of the most important missions of Indian Army like Operation Cactus in Maldives, Operation Vijay, Operation Rhino, Operation Falcon, Operation Rakshak, and Operation Orchid. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's a matter of absolute honor for me as I welcome Lieutenant General Vinod Bhatia, sir, here this morning for the event. General Saab, the floor is all yours now.
Thank you, Ritvij. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I hope I'm understandable. You can understand what I'm saying? Thank you, Ritvij. Thank you very much. Dr. R. Raman, Dean Faculty of Management, Symbi International University and Director SABM Pune. The Director, Dr. Shakti Bodh Bhatnagar, Excellency Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, members of the faculty, students of the Bachelor's of Business Management course 2021-2024. Thank you indeed for this opportunity and honor. It's always a learning experience to address and interact with young minds. My heartiest congratulations to each one of you, the students, and best wishes to all of you on your selection to this prestigious institute and this excellent course for the next 3 years. You embark on a new journey in one of the premier institutions of management and learning of a great nation. I wish you all happiness and success always. The next 3 years will define and shape your future and life as you take your first steps to become a leader of business and industry. Remember, there will be opportunities, like the director was saying, there will be more opportunities and there will be still more opportunities that come your way. Select with care. If you can match your passion and profession, that will be ideal. Do well in whatever field you choose and be good citizens of a great nation. Remember that whatever you do, you should feel good and take pride in your work and contributions. You belong to an old civilization and have imbibed the best culture, values, and beliefs, which we need to preserve and be proud of. I also extend a special welcome to all the students from our friendly foreign countries. A hearty welcome to incredible India. We embrace you with open arms and feel certain that you'll go back to your countries as ambassadors of India with an excellent learning experience, good memories, and contribute to the development of your respective nations. We live in an interconnected world, a world where it's seamless now, and all we do, all our actions, our development, our productivity is for global good. The mission statement of your college states, inculcate spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbam. The world is one family. So that is where the start point. The people are the most important, and it's the well-being which should be the focus. Today we live in a risen, responsible, resilient India, a regional power, and a global leader. Home to 1/6 of humanity, 1.4 billion people who look ahead to the youth as emerging leaders to propel this great nation to greater heights, economic development, prosperity, and well-being. The government can do so much and no more. It is you as good citizens, the elite, who need to put up the hands and be counted. I'm certain that given our education centers of excellence, we will develop more and more effective leaders ensuring prosperity. Some of the top CEOs of the world are Indians. I'm not saying that each one of you can and should reach those dizzy heights. It involves a lot of hard work, commitment, intellect, dedication, and above all, sacrifices. And given the opportunity to convert those dreams to reality, remember, if you have a wish, you also have the power to make it come true, though you really have to work for it. So dream big, but do not get distracted. Do not get disheartened. Failure is part of life. I've always wondered as to why we from India excel when we work abroad, when we live abroad. We are by far the most intelligent, committed, honest, law-abiding, punctual, hardworking, well-behaved, courteous, with excellent soft skills. However, the same people, that is us, when we come to our own country, say Nagpur or Delhi, most of us forget all those high qualities which we have, and we behave sometimes in an atrocious manner. Not all of you, but mostly as a crowd, as Indians, we take shortcuts, we break laws, and we take delight in breaking laws. We take delight in doing the wrong. We think wrong is right. So don't do that. I'll give you a small example. When you're traveling on a road, I don't want to reach my destination early. I want to reach faster than the chap next to me. I end up doing everything wrong. So I will request you to look into it as leaders and as managers and make sure that you do not do such things. I belong to the army. 40 years service in the army, as Rithvij pointed out. As a soldier, I speak with experience of serving alongside the very best. My experience leading in combat conditions, training and motivating them to achieve the impossible. Instilling a self-belief and always fighting for the namak and nishan of the unit. And your identity, your ownership, your belonging is now not only to your family, your friends, it is also to the Symbi College of Management Studies, Nagpur and SIM. So that is your HR, as I say in Hindi. To be a leader is far more complex, but to be a manager, and you would have to perform both the roles of being a manager and a leader. I'll cover that a little later. The essence of leadership can be defined as a process of influencing, providing your team with a purpose, direction, and motivation. while you're operating to accomplish the laid down mission and improve the organized effectiveness and objectives. Today is a very important date. It's the 26th of September. And some of you would definitely remember, I think you were in class 8 or 9. It also happens to the 5th anniversary of the famous surgical strikes post the Uri terrorist attack, Uri strikes in Pakistan occupied Kashmir. I'm certain that all of you would have heard and read about it when in class 8 or 9. It would not have, if you're not read about it, then I'm sure you must have watched the movie Uri, which is a fictional story based on real life events and facts. Well, that surgical strikes are the ultimate test of leadership. I am proud as I belong to the same regiment, the same band of brothers, a bunch of misfits who fit well together, considered crazy by the very own for their daredevilry. The execution of a sensitive and delicate operation like the surgical strikes needed the best leadership, the best management lessons at all levels, especially at the execution level. What did it involve? I'll take a few minutes on this. 7 targets, 7 teams, and 7 hours to accomplish the mission. 7 terrorist launch pads across the line of control in Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Within a few kilometers of the line of control, located on either side of Pir Panjal, which is Kashmir, north of Pir Panjal and south of Pir Panjal. The targets are nearly 350 kilometers apart. So the coordination, the simultaneity, the synchronization, the precision had to be planned. 7 troops of the parachute regiment, special forces, 1 target per troop. Per troop is about a body of 20 odd men, inserted on foot on a zero moon night, totally undetected in a heavily manned and mined line of control. Destroyed the designated targets by fire assault from close ranges, without any collateral damage to civilian population. And thereafter, executed the most difficult part of the operation, that having lost supplies, once the firefight starts, you not lose supplies, extricating to the own side without a single casualty. For anyone who has served along the LC or who has been to Kashmir and seen the LC, I don't know how many of you have been, the LC is the most heavily manned and mined border in the world. The military part of the strike was exceedingly well planned. Firstly, those who executed it do very well. That was a one-way ticket for them. They may not have come back. Secondly, any soldier having been left behind would have been a national embarrassment. He would have been paraded as a Pakistan victory and an Indian military failure. They would like to compare it to some of the more similar military operations the world over. And one was the neutralization of the killing of Osama bin Laden by the Americans. They too, when they went there, they left behind a helicopter which they had to destroy. But in our case, we brought back everyone through the most difficult of circumstances. What was it for the leaders and the managers? For the leaders, failure was not an option and success not a probability. And I say that again, failure for them was not an option and success not a probability. But they made the success a certainty. And how did they do it? Because they managed it very well, especially the planning, preparation part of it. They go to the details. The details matter. It's not that details don't matter. Details matter. Each thing was planned. If you go at night, even in your neighborhood, the dogs bark. And there are villages in the LC where the dogs bark. So what had they done to stop the dog barking? They had collected the urine of the panthers and put it on their bodies so that dogs don't bark. They're scared of panthers. There are panthers in that area. So that is the sort of a detail you'll have to go. Each ounce, each kg was measured. So that is what we're talking about, being a manager and a leader. And the most important part of it was the leadership. There are many leadership styles. You will be taught that in the next 3 years. But one style which never fails is mere piche move. Follow me. Set by example. That is what leaders are meant for. No task is too easy. No task is too low. No task is too difficult. No task is too big. No task is too minor. A leader should be able to perform all tasks with the same elan, with the same authority as his team. So if you have to lead, you have to lead from the field. There's no single mantra for leadership. All leadership qualities. Each one you will have to find your own, develop his own mantras. There's always nothing known as good leaders, bad leaders, successful leaders, lucky leaders. Well, lucky leaders are there. Every time you contemplate a lucky leader, and you will not be, because that's very normal. When you contemplate achieve success, whether it's luck. But let me tell you, luck is 99% perseverance and only 1% chance. So please believe in yourself. That is very important. Self-belief is very important. Believe in yourself and work towards it. Do not have a fear of failure. Failure is the must. You will fail. So what? But get up and succeed again. You can't like the director was saying, keep trying. Failure is a must. But you, because of fear of failure, you get to a comfort zone and stop trying. So that is failure. Failure is not when you can't achieve what you want to achieve. If you can't achieve it today, achieve it tomorrow, day after, but achieve it still. And that is what leadership is all about. Leaders of various types. You will have leaders in the political part, diplomats. We have one diplomat leader out here. Leader, Mr. Vishnu. Prakash, we have military leaders, sports leaders. A man like MS Dhoni. Earlier on, I'm sure you have not seen it, but you must have heard about it. The Indian cricket team would snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Later on, things changed because there was good leadership, and they started snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. So that is what leadership is all about. In the army, we do define certain qualities, core qualities of leadership. The abbreviation for leadership in the army is LDR-SHIP, and the 7 qualities for leadership are LDR-SHIP, and I just literally just about touch upon them. Each one of 7 alphabets denotes core value of successful leader. L represents loyalty to the organization and the team. D for duty, your obligation towards completion of the task. R for respect, treat people the way you expect to be treated by them. S is for selfless service to the nation, to the organization, to your team, to the group. H denotes honor. It's very important. The need is to live up to the value and beliefs of your institution, your organization. I is for integrity. And integrity, when I say, is do what is legally right, what is morally right. You have to have honesty of purpose, honesty of thought, honesty of action. Honesty is not only financial, honesty is much more than financial. So the integrity part is important. Leader with integrity will always be respected by the team. Do whatever is legally right. Remember always that 2 wrongs do not make a right. You'll always be wanting to take a shortcut. And that is something which we are taught as 16 years old in the National Defense Academy, Pune. The NDA prayer included, oh God, help me to choose the harder right and the easier wrong. And finally, the P is for personal courage, the courage to choose right and wrong. There is not much of a difference between a leader and a manager, but there is a subtle difference, and that difference has to be understood. You will have to interchange the roles. You will have to be a manager at times, or a leader at times, and how to interchange and when to interchange will depend on your training, on your education, and on your various qualities which you learn out there. I was very fortunate. We were taught leadership by instinct, by intuitive leadership, as you call it. It was training basically, which is imbibed in us. But I was fortunate to do a course on the Master of Management Studies, where I learned the theory of it. And after that, I thought I was a better man, a better leader, a better person, a better human being, a better father, possibly a better husband, though my wife doesn't agree to that. So that is where you have to understand that the management lessons are extremely important. What does the manager do? The administrators. What does the leader do? Innovates. What does the manager do? He maintains. A leader develops. A manager controls. A leader inspires. A manager looks at the targets as given to him, whereas the leader has a long-term vision. So you'll have to do both. You can't say I'm a leader, so I'll not look at that. A manager initiates. A leader originates. A manager asks how and where. A leader asks what and why. A manager accepts status quo as it is. A leader challenges status quo. So avoid getting stereotyped. Avoid getting into a comfort zone. Everyone is the same, but someone who thinks beyond, who has the foresight, will always be a better leader. Like I said, everyone is scared. Field Marshal Manekshaw once said, and I'm sure you must all heard of Field Marshal Manekshaw, one of the greatest military leaders of our time. He says, if you're not scared, either you're a Gurkha or you're a liar. He belonged to the Gurkha regiment. And most of the army, my regiment can do no wrong. So that is what he said, either you're a Gurkha or a liar. So develop a sense of humor, a joke at the right time by leader can really lift up the spirits when the team is totally out and under. A leader has to think ahead. His job is crisis management, damage control, taking decisions in ambiguous conditions. you talked of Maldives operations. I think that was one operation which has been led by by the military strategists, one of the best conducted operations. Those very not spoken very well of, and I was very fortunate to be a central part of it. And the decision to take to land out there by the commander, I know how difficult it would have been, because it was a 99% chance of failure and a 1% chance of success. But then high risk can be taken. So I think I'll end out here. I've taken enough of my time, but always remember that you have to get going.
Sir, I think by chance you have gone on mute, sir. Last 30 seconds or so.
Okay, so the last one. Thank you, Dr. Well, as I say in my regiment, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. The going will always be look tough. Adapt to it as fast and as well as you can. Each one of you has the right attribute, as else you would not have been selected for this prestigious course in this prestigious institution. So here is wishing you all the very best, happiness and success always. And when in doubt, remember an old one to motivate you. It says, I can, I shall, I will. Thank you very much. Wish you the very best and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. Jai Hind, sir. And I'm sure our students will take a lot of learnings from this address. Now, I would like to introduce you all to our next speaker, His Excellency Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, sir. Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, a career diplomat, retired as India's High Commissioner to Canada in 2016. He was also the Indian Ambassador to South Korea, official spokesperson of the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, and Consul General to Shanghai. He also held various positions in Tokyo, New York, Moscow, Islamabad, and Cairo. Presently, he is a foreign affairs analyst, renowned television personality, advisor, and columnist specializing in the Indo-Pacific region. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please welcome His Excellency Ambassador Vishnu Prakash. Sir, the floor is all yours.
Well, very good morning, namaste, and thank you, Ritvij. I am delighted to see you all, but I can see only 3 of you, and the others are behind the screen. I'm sure you are as pretty, as handsome, as inquisitive. So can you come out from your pardas, please? I promise you one thing. You know, my first posting was Soviet Union, where the longest speech was 9 hours and the shortest was 45 minutes. So I'm not going to speak more than 45 minutes. Is that all right? On that promise, if I can request you all to come. Such a delight. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Let me tell you a story. There was a young lady, like you youngsters, very bright, a 4.0 student, doing her IB program, got admission in a top liberal arts school in the US for the undergrad, like you are doing your undergrad, and declared economics and finance as her major and minor. 4.0 student. In the first year, her grades plummeted from 4.0 to 2.9 in the US, and her father was furious. Fathers love to be furious, isn't it? At least ask my children, they will tell you that, you know, I am not the most loving father, or so they will tell you. And said, you must be slacking off. You must be, you know, kind of wasting time with boys. I'm going to get you back to India. I mean, enough of your studies. And she said, look, I'm not interested in finance and accounts. So the father won't listen. And with a virtual stick made the life miserable. But anyways, she shifted to bio and chem. And today, from finance and economics, she shifted to bio and chem. And it was allowed in the school, Williams College, Massachusetts. And today, she's a hotshot doctor at the front edge of infectious diseases. She's a fellow. And now, how do I know the story? For that, you'll have to wait a little. Director Bhatnagar, thank you for the invitation. My young friends, let me say that I am envious of you. I'm genuinely envious of you. Is anybody willing to change places with me? I would rather sit where you're sitting and have you talking to me rather than doing the other way around. But General Bhatia, pleasure always to be with you, to listen to your views. Dr. Raman, you have stolen some of my points that I wanted to make. I don't know how did you do that, but anyways, we'll come to what I was wanting to say. Now, I would join others in telling you that you are among the luckiest people. You are going to get a flying start into your adulthood, into your journey to assume greater responsibilities, to become young leaders. So heartiest congratulations, and let me please give yourself a big hand. How do I know the story of this young lady? Because I happen to be that father who made life miserable of the young lady. You know, it is very easy for parents like me to tell a kid what is wrong. What I've learned is that nothing is static. It changes. You join something, you believe that you like something, you experience that, and then you find that that may not be your calling. Is there something wrong with you? No, it is not. In fact, there's something dramatically right with you. Because every day, as one of my ambassadors used to say, you get up with more expectations and you sleep with more experience. Every day you learn new things. Every day your priorities change. My daughter, that she's a favorite person. When she was a kid, one day she wanted to be a ballerina. One day she wanted to make a lot of money and be a smuggler. One day she wanted to be a pilot. I mean, it is not a fancy. This is how life is. But let me kind of come back to some other aspects. Have you heard of a helicopter mom? Has anybody heard of what a helicopter parent is? You have? Have anybody heard what a goose father is? No. Okay. I was posted in South Korea. That was my first ambassadorship. And South Korean moms are a phenomenon which you have to only see and witness to see what all they're capable of. They will do anything to help their children to excel, to get the best education, to become the president of Samsung. Every mom wants the kid to be the president of Samsung. At least, if nothing else, be the president of Samsung. Now, there can be only one president of Samsung, right? But the moms will, from morning 5 to evening, whatever time, will kind of sacrifice their own well-being, happiness, take the youngster around. And in South Korea, there is this practice, or there is this belief that if you learn English, you learn everything. So there was a time when about 2,000 school kids used to be in India, Philippines, other places, and their moms would physically relocate to the country concerned or be in India, hire an apartment, and here was a 12-year-old kid or a 15-year-old kid trying to learn English. So why am I saying that? In the process, they apply so much of expectation, so much of pressure on the youngster that it becomes a huge issue. The stress levels are so much that the South Korean kids have the highest stress levels, among the highest stress levels in the world. Is that healthy? I mean, as somebody was mentioning that, your parents should also be sitting with you, or some of them would be or hearing this. So let me, through you, also address the parents. What we do is, when we apply these pressures on the youngsters, it is for their good, but it is also for our own satisfaction. We are living another life, another adulthood as young adults through you guys. Now, it is very important to be competitive. It is very important to be competitive because it's a very competitive world. But there will always be a gap between expectations and accomplishments. Not everybody can achieve anything. Now, take the case of the civil services. I have been a civil servant. About 1 million youngsters apply for the civil services every year, 1 million. Out of which about 30 make it to the Indian Foreign Service, about 100 make it to the IAS, and so on and so forth, out of 1 million. Now, does it mean that 99% or 99.5% are not good? No, that's not the case. There is your calling. You will get something right, something wrong. There'll be successes, there'll be failures. But your satisfaction should be from the fact that you've tried. And try, give it your best, move on. That is the motto that I have learned, and that is what I have been taught, that in this ultra-competitive world, you can try, but you cannot allow yourself to feel that you have not achieved. It is very important for you to follow your calling. Take risks, commit mistakes. Again, it is very important not to do something which is dramatically wrong, which it is dramatically wrong, but if you do not take risks, if you do not commit mistakes, how will you learn? Let me tell you another story. A youngster like you told his mother that let's go take a walk. They went out for a walk, and the youngster asked his mother, "Mom, am I allowed to commit mistakes?" The mom was stunned. She said, "Let me think." And then she realized that she was overdoing it. She was being overprotective. We parents are like that. We teachers are like that. We have the best interest of yours in mind. Don't get me wrong. We love you guys. But in the process, we try to be very protective. How do I know that? This is a colleague of mine who told me that his wife then apologized to the kid and said, "Look, I will try not to be overprotective." If you do not commit mistakes, if you do not stumble, how will you learn to walk? So commit mistakes, do some mischief, create problems, solve them out, but don't get into very serious trouble. That is what I would like to tell you. Now, how do you achieve what I have just mentioned to you? How do you persuade your parents? How do you persuade your teachers? You remember that the best way is to communicate. Talk to them, insist, persist, listen to their viewpoints. But then try to bring them around. That is the only thing that is possible. But I have always admired, for example, Israel, which is called a startup nation. Why is it a startup nation? It's a nation because mistakes are celebrated. When we talk of innovation, can anybody innovate? Can you say that, all right, I'm going to start this and I'm going to quote success? It's not possible. There are going to be stumbles. When I was posted in New York some 35 years ago, I was reading somewhere that in the American supermarkets, about 10,000 products are introduced every year, new products, out of which only 20 succeed beyond a year. Out of 10,000, 9,980 products fall by the wayside. So that is what innovation is all about. That is what effort is all about. Try, and you will see that you will succeed in some cases, but in any case, you will gain experience. And that experience will stand you in very good stead. My last message to you is start taking vitamin P. Do you know what vitamin P is? Okay, let me tell you the last story. In 1991, we had economic reforms. I was, as I said, posted in New York, and one of our senior cabinet ministers wanted to come to visit New York and Washington to meet the CEOs of some Fortune 500 companies. Nobody had the time of the day for India, 1991. Today, you can pick up the phone and talk to anybody, and chances are he or she will say namaste. But 1991, with some difficulty using my contacts, I got him a meeting with the American Express CEO for 20 minutes. A renowned cabinet minister from India, 20 minutes in the office of the CEO. And my contact told me 20 minutes is 19 minutes, 59 seconds. So the minister reaches, and fortunately for me, without any going here, there, how are you, how is the weather, how is the dog, how is the cat, it gets down to the business. And my heart is in my mouth because I knew that if there's little more than 19 minutes, 55 seconds, I'll be in trouble. 19 minutes, 30 seconds, the minister mysteriously and miraculously gets up and says, Mr. Chairman, you had given me 20 minutes. It is 19 minutes, 30 seconds. I'm returning 30 seconds to you. Thank you very much. The chairman of American Express smiled for the first time and said, Mr. Minister, I see India is changing. Kindly have a seat. Let's talk now. Vitamin P is punctuality. One very big difference between countries that have been successful, and I've been fortunate to be in those countries starting from Soviet Union, US, Korea, Japan, even China, is vitamin P. You know, in Japan, the trains are flagged off, not at 11 o'clock, but at 10:55. Why? It's discipline. It's a mental discipline. And if you are a minute man, the world will belong to you, because in this ultra competitive world, you have to be able to utilize every minute. You're conveying, when you reach a venue of a meeting 5 minutes late or 2 minutes late, what do you do? You're huffing, you're puffing, you don't know what's happening around you. You start with an apology. Do you want to start your day with an apology? Or do you want to reach 5 minutes early, look around, smile, and when you start your meeting, say, the painting in your room is very nice. Think about it. Make it a part of your discipline. You be a minute person, and believe me, all these excuses about traffic on the way, oh, my car got punctured, oh, my neighbor had a headache. I mean, the world has listened to that. If you want to be punctual, you will be punctual, and the world will belong to you. Last bit, you have a flying start. You have arrived. You have made the cut. Now go out and conquer the world. I hope that your campus experience starts soon. I hope that you enjoy your 3 years at campus. Believe me, I know, because I am an astrologer, that you will be only 18 only once, you'll be 19 only once, you'll be 20 only once. Make the best of every minute. Go conquer the world and do what India needs to be the young leader and take us forward into the forward as one of the biggest economies, as a country which has to find a spot, the due place in the pecking order of Committee of Nations. God bless you all. Love you. Bye.
Thank you so much, His Excellency, for your address. I'm very sure that our young audience will take a lot of learnings from your address. Now, I would like to request our dear students to come up and ask your respective questions to the honorable guest speakers.
Good morning, sir. My question is from Raman, sir. As an academician and head of institute, you are managing human resources since many years. Please share leadership strategy with us. Can leadership be learned with experience?
Well, that's a question that can go on with an answer for at least an hour or more. We're talking about leadership lessons. Yeah, leadership lessons can be learned both by theory and practice. Certain things can be learned theoretically, certain things comes with practice. If you're going to learn from others' experience, it's easy. If you're going to learn from your own experience, it'll be painful. So see how much you can go and read lessons in leadership, read those books which can help you gain insights which other people have gone through. That will help doing things better. That's what I do. And it helps me doing whatever best I can. I'll appreciate questions if you have questions with respect to the content that I have shared. If you have any questions specifically, that will be welcome.
Good morning, sir. This is Tanuji, and I have a question for Raman, sir. Sir, do you think that our classroom studies or our academic credentials help us to become a successful businessman, or business world have different nuances?
Okay, this is always spoken about the gap between theory and practice, right? Many people think that the stuff that you learn in a B school is not really of any use when you go into corporate world. I have a difference in opinion there. If you're able to link theory to practice, you'll always be doing better than others. So the program that you're doing, be it a BBA program or if you plan to pursue an MBA program, for sure will give you those aspects which can be implemented if you want to, right? So there is all, and this is not a diploma program or a program where you learn how to repair a car and you become a mechanic. No, that's not what we are here implementing management education for. So there are courses which can immediately go and get you the job which you're doing for a skill set that you develop. Here, these aspects that, which are being given as to management graduates of a BBA program or an MBA program is to possibly solve problems which exist today and for tomorrow's world. So my submission is all that you learn as theory, most of it can be implemented if you are solving critical problems. You get a set of skill sets and knowledge that is there during the 3-year, and possibly if you're looking for a post-graduation, which can help you do well when you join the business world, or if you want to go and start something by yourself.
Next question, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Satyajit, and my question is for Vishnu Prakash, sir. Sir, as an ambassador, you must have interacted with different kind of people, or must have attended so many important meetings, or have taken many strategic decisions. So, what was actually your guiding force behind it? Was it your academic experiences or your life experiences?
Well, thank you. Very pertinent question. You know, I come from a middle class family. None of my parents or before joining service, we had been abroad. We knew very little of how the outside world is. You know, we learned, we read, we observed, we met people. You know, my ambassador, I was very fortunate to have very good ambassadors. My first ambassador would, in the evening when he would leave the room, his out tray was full and his in tray was empty. That is the first lesson I learned. Even if it was 12 o'clock in the night, he would make sure that nothing is pending. Nothing is pending. I learned from others punctuality. I learned from many others the fact that you have to be proud of your nation. If you have to be successful in whatever you're doing, you have to be proud. And when it comes to India, there's so much to be proud of. You know, we love to criticize our country, our institutions, the people listening to us say, yeah, you are very frank. But in the heart of hearts, they say, look at this fellow. Knowledge, domain awareness, whatever you're doing, read up, learn. Let me give you a small tip which has stood me in very good stead. Start maintaining a journal. Every day, I would request you to spend 15 minutes only 15 minutes on reading a newspaper. And whatever you find interesting, whether it is fashion or politics, anything, just jot it down in a file in a computer. And you know what will happen is after 5 years, look back and you'll already have a treasure. So it is very simple in a way, but you have to be organized and you have to go about it with a sense of purpose. There is no stopping you after that.
Thank you, sir. Next question, please.
I have a question for this is Tanvir. I have a question for Lieutenant General Bhatia, sir. Sir, could you please share the experience of your toughest army assignments which was given to you while you served the Indian Army? What were your strategies that you adopted to cope that assignment?
Thank you, Tanajit. Thank you for the question. I think, sir, in 40 years service in the army, you come across tough situations. Tougher the better, actually. You know, when the situations are tough, that it is better. I think the toughest part of my career was getting selected to the parachute regiment. We have the largest voluntary army in the world, and within this largest voluntary army in the world, the parachute regiment is only voluntary. Of course, you have to volunteer for the regiment, and then the selection rate is about 15%. I was not a very strong mentally. I was strong, but physically I was not very strong. And it's all come out of training. The will, the self-belief, and I was desperate to join the parachute regiment. And the reason I was desperate to join the parachute regiment is very funny. I'm very scared of heights. I still am. And to overcome my fear of heights and to prove a point to my colleagues and to my friends and to my family, I opted for the parachute regiment, and here I am. But when you talk of toughness, tough is most in the mind, actually. The toughest things are the easiest to do because no one else attempts it. So when you look at tough things, you got to tackle it with a passion. You say, okay, take it as a challenge and believe in yourself that you can do it. Nothing is tough thereafter. And what may seem tough to others will become easy to you. So take it as a challenge and aim for the best, aim for the toughest, take the toughest challenges. And even if you fail, like I was saying, failure is okay. There's nothing wrong with failing. Most of us say failure, so what? If you fail today, you'll succeed tomorrow. And if you fail at something doing today, let it be so. And you'll succeed in so many other places also. But if you do not attempt, you do not try, then you're not doing justice to yourself. So do be just to yourself. It's very, very difficult to say which is the toughest. Each one of the toughest. Leading men is not easy. It is the most difficult thing to do is to lead men into battle. They trust you to bring them to achieve the mission. They trust you to bring them back safe. So both these things are important, and that is where I think the leadership comes. So everything is tough, everything is easy. Just take it as it comes, and take the best. It takes the best out of you to feel and to do the toughest. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Anurag Chaudhary has raised his hand. I don't know whether you have seen that.
Prahlad sir, kindly unmute Anurag Chaudhary. Anurag, you can type your question in the chat box as well.
Now he can unmute it.
Okay. Unmute, Anurag, unmute and please ask your question. Anurag, are you there? Okay, Ayush has also raised his hand. Ayush? Ayush, Kedar, Anurag, Chaudhary, you have questions?
YQS is visible if you like to invite him.
Okay. Prahlad sir, please unmute YQS. Yeah.
Please check. Anurag, please check.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, you are audible. Go ahead.
So my question is to Lieutenant General Sir Vinod Bhatia. Sir, am I audible?
Yes.
So my question lies in today in this world when we talk about the Indian Army forces or the special troops which go on special, some command duties or operations like the Uri attack. The risk which is involved is on a high level, which we today also face in every corporate world or any finance world or whatever it may be. So what does exactly the risk plays? You take the risk or you're on a high risk. Obviously, it's between you are dead or alive too many times. So according to you, what is the main key role of the risk which we take in our life of, while taking decisions or when you know that you're going to lose something, but if you win, you get something great. So how does that risk play a role in your life?
Thank you, Vikas. Thank you very much. Risk is basically each job has got its own risk. There's certain jobs which are high profile risks. They're very, very high risks. And I think armed forces is one of them where the risk profile is very high, especially in critical missions. If you're flying fighter aircraft into battle or not in battle and let's say Balakot strikes, or you're doing special operations, which was a very, very high risk operations or even counter-terrorist operations you're deployed on the line of control. So in the end, it is mission which is critical. That is one. The mission has to be achieved. You cannot let down your nation. You cannot let down your, like I said, Naam Namak Nishan, the izzat of the unit, your own izzat in your own eyes, which is very important. I can't be seen as being scared. Let's say there's a traditional regiment, the numero uno, the number one, always jumps out of the aircraft. He's the most heavily loaded man. So you have to lead from the front, and you have to, when you risk, you take it that the risks are there, and but the mission is critical. You lose some, definitely. You lose some. And if you're a good leader, you will get protected by the very men you lead. They protect you with their body. They protect the risk of their own lives. So risk is important everywhere. Even in the corporate, the risks are very high. Look at the financial risks. Look at the tension. Life is not easy, and especially for the, I don't really envy you. You be young, I envy the youth in you. But the world is changing. The world is changing very, very fast. We are living in a different world. Post-COVID, everything is different. Your behavior patterns have changed. The change in the family, change the society, change the people, change the nation, change we work. So you'll have to take change and live as per the change. You have to take a risk, whether it's a financial risk or not, but you have to calculate the risk. You can't be foolhardy about it. You have to do a cost-benefit analysis in management, as they say. Risk is good, risk is important, risk will always be there, but do take calculated risk, and you don't have to do everything. There's certain things that are mission critical, but certain things not critical, so you can bend it. And when you bend it, please think it through and achieve your aims. In the end, it is the mission, it is the aims that count, and it is the resource which you have spent to get that aim, and that is commensurate to the resource also. You cannot be spending, especially in your management, you can't spend a resource which is more than commensurate to the objectives. Organizational objectives will drive everything else. Thank you.
Thanks. So, next question, please. Anyone? Ayush, Anurag, anyone? Okay, so I have a question for General Bhatia, sir. Sir, you have served as the DGM of Indian Army, and you was directly responsible for talks with Pakistan to maintain the ceasefire. So, how difficult was it for you to talk to a country whose basic, DNA is not to be pro-India or not to be very supportive of India, but to be very critical? So, how difficult was it to, have that dialogue of maintaining ceasefire?
See, Pakistan is an adversary. They have been waging a proxy war against us, bleeding India with foreign cuts is the aim. We have fought 4 wars. We had a skirmish in Kargil. But the fact remains that you are professionals, and when it comes to professionalism, let me also say that the Pakistani army is also a professional army. Let's not never underestimate your adversaries, never underestimate your competition. So they are equally professional, and when we deal with them, it is quite cordial, it is constructive, and it is candid. You say things what you have to say. So as professionals, I think it was I would say it was a good experience dealing with the Pakistani army when in service, and of course out of service again. I've been part of a number of track tours. It's always it's always an education, learning to deal with the Pakistani community. They're quite akin to the way we think. Well, after all, the origin of the army is the same. That is, we come from the Indian Army, and of course they've taken a different route altogether. They start governing the country, they start ruling the country, whereas we are totally secular and apolitical, and we abide by the rules and the laws and the orders of the government of the day. But the fact remains that when you deal with Pakistan, you got to think beyond. You got to think at the not only the second and third tier implications, but the sixth, seventh tier implications. You got to think deep, and you got to think fast, because when you talk to the other side, it's always there will be issues there. You have to protect your own interests. You have to project your own interests, and you have to be very firm about it. One language everyone understands is the language of strength. So you have to demonstrate a strength. You have to demonstrate your moral ascendancy. You have to demonstrate this by your temper. But we will treat them as don't underestimate them. We will treat them as near equals, and it has to be a cordial relationship. They're professionals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Any more questions?
No, Ritvij, I think we are overshooting on time, so and we have had questions. So let us proceed with our program.
Okay, sure, sir. So, okay, now I would like to take this opportunity to invite our honorable faculty member of Human Resource Management, Dr. Meenakshi Verma ma'am, for delivering the vote of thanks.
Well, thank you, Ritvij. Ritvij, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Good morning, one and all present here. It's my proud privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on the occasion of the induction program for the BBA batch of 2021-24 here at SCMS Nagpur. On behalf of the entire Symbiosis fraternity, I extend my hearty gratitude to all the speakers for sharing their graceful words with us today. Dr. R. Raman, Dean, Faculty of Management, Symbiosis International University, and Director SIBM Pune, who spoke about 6 management lessons. Very, very important though. The first lesson of change. Speaking in Sanskrit, he said, putting the doubts at periphery, trust at the center, expectations again at periphery, and commitment at the core. The second lesson of looking at positive aspects in life and ignoring the negatives. The third, to dress the part, behave the part, and most importantly, to live that part. Fourth, energy focus matrix. To have compassion in heart, fire in belly, and commitment in nature, which is also endorsed by our founder, Dr. S.P. Majumdar sir. Fifth, law of wasted efforts. The sixth lesson of a beautiful butterfly, and the takeaway being, it's all in our hands. Thank you very much, sir. You have always put across your thoughts so effortlessly. Lieutenant General Vinod Bhatia, PVSM, AVSM, SM retired, former DGMO, Indian Army. He spoke about converting dreams into reality, dreaming big, but without any distractions. 7 targets, 7 teams, and 1 leader. The story of honor on a zero moon night, and hence coherently integrating army lessons with that of management, of never underestimating your enemies when the going gets tough and the tough gets going. We thank you, sir, for being with us. It has remained a pronounced pleasure to hear from a serviceman with 40 years of experience in the armed forces. Thank you, sir. Jai Hind. His Excellency Shri Vishnu Prakash, former Indian ambassador to the Canada. Story of a father and daughter. Eventually, that turned out to be his very own story. Helicopter mom. Yes, I am one, sir. Constantly hovering around my children. Yes, I am one. Samsung obsessed South Korean parents. The strong and resilient bond between the parents and their children. Thank you, sir, for mirroring the images of every parent and child and teaching us lessons of life so beautifully put through your experiences. I would also like to extend my gratitude to Director SCMS Nagpur, Dr. Shakti Bhatnagar, a charming, young, dynamic leader who is our pillar of strength, ball of motivation, and backbone of this very institute. Thank you, sir. Thank you, teaching and non-teaching fraternity at SCMS Nagpur, and most importantly today, the IT support team. Thank you, senior students, for being with us in spite of it being a Sunday. It's great indeed. Thank you, hosts, for flawless coordination. I must say, Ritwij and his team, wonderfully done. And for all your timeless efforts in putting up this show so beautifully, so perfect. And most importantly, the sheroes and the heroes of today, batch of 2021-24. Thank you for your participation and patient listening. Good luck and welcome to the Symbiosis family. This is Dr. Meenakshi Verma. In gratitude, I remain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Build your life on dreams because dreams never have bad endings. On this note, we have come to the end of the first part of the induction ceremony, and I would like to thank all the honorable guest speakers for taking out the time and sharing their journey with the future managers. Thank you, students, faculty members, and please stay tuned. We will be back in 10 minutes with the next session with Major General Harsha Kakkar sir and Major General Rajan Kaur sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, team.
Thank you, Dr. Meenakshi. Thank you, Lieutenant General Vinod Bhatia, sir. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you very much. Indeed, an honor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. I would like to also welcome Major General Dr. Rajan Kochar and also Major General Harsha Kakkar, sir. Welcome, sir, to Symbiosis. We will begin in about 10 minutes at 10:40. All the students stay tuned. Stay online. If you want to take a walk for about 5 minutes, take a walk and come back. We are waiting for this exciting session ahead. Thank you.
Yes, please stay tuned. Thank you.
आता जॉईन झाला ना काही हालचाल करते ना तू येत तू आहे झेड इंटरव्ह्यू आपण तुझं दिसतंय तुला तिथे दिसतंय तेव्हा तू दिसतंय
Ritvij, I think it's time. We can start.
Yes, sir.
Ritvij, are you there?
Sir, can we start? Sir?
Yeah, Ritvij. We should start.
Just a second. Be brave enough to live the life of your dreams according to your vision and purpose instead of expectations and opinions of others. A very good morning to Honorable Director Sir, faculty members, honorable guest speakers, and dear students. I, Ritvij Raj, on the behalf of Symbi Center for Management Studies Nagpur, welcome you all to the induction ceremony of 2021 class of BBA. It gives me immense pleasure to share that today we are joined by some of the country's most prominent and prolific personalities here this morning for the event. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to invite our Honorable Director, Dr. Shakti Bodh Bhatnagar Sir, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Ritvij. Respected Major General Harsha Kakkar, Major General Rajan Kochar Sir, faculty members, and dear students. On behalf of Symbi Center for Management Studies Nagpur, it is my privilege to extend a warm welcome to all of you who have gathered here for the induction of batch of 21-24 session 2. We are highly thankful to Major General Harsha Kakkar sir to have accepted our invitation to be a part of induction program for the batch 21-24. During his military service, he has held a variety of appointments in every part of the country, including J&K and Northeast. He is the first officer from India to have attended National Security Studies course at Canadian Forces College in Toronto. Now settled in Lucknow, where he extensively writes for newspapers, magazines, and is also a security analyst on multiple TV channels. We are therefore very thankful to Major General Harsha Kakkar sir for having readily accepted our invitation to be a part of this program today. I'm also feeling very privileged that Major General Rajan Kochar sir has agreed to be a part of this induction process today. He has been a commander NCC group Indore, wherein 10 NCC battalions and which consisted of 18,000 NCC cadets were under his command. He also served as an aide camp to Governor of Tamil Nadu during the turbulent IPKF operations in Sri Lanka. He is the recipient of Vishish Seva Medal awarded by President of India on 26 January 2015. He has also been awarded the Army Commander's Commendation twice. We are therefore highly thankful to Major General Harsha Kakkar, Major General Rajan Kochar for being a part of induction program for batch 21-24 today. I would also like to extend my welcome to the incoming students of batch 21-24 and our senior students from the second year and third year who are present here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to take this opportunity to invite our first speaker of this session, Major General Harsha Kakkar sir. Major General Harsha Kakkar was commissioned into the Army in June 1979 and superannuated in March 2015. During his military service, he held a variety of appointments in every part of the country, including the Jammu and Kashmir and the Northeast region. The officer was the head of the department in strategic studies at the College of Defence Management, where he wrote extensively on futuristic planning and enhancing joint operations. He served as a part of United Nations peacekeeping operations in Mozambique, where he was involved in forays deep into rebel territory and establishing camps in mine-infested areas. He is a TEDx speaker and a renowned television personality. Welcome, General Saab. The floor is all yours now.
Sir, I think you're on mute, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Shakti Bhatnagar, for those kind words. Dr. Shakti Bhatnagar, members of the faculty, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I thank the Dean and Director for providing me an opportunity to address the induction ceremony of the 21-24 batch. It is an honor to speak on inspiring young minds. The youth of today are our future. The responsibility for their growth, development, building ethos and values, as also enhancing their knowledge, is that of the staff. This, as a major responsibility, I am certain the staff would fulfill. The incoming batch is here to learn, grow, and become responsible citizens of India. They can do so if they take interest, have a desire to enhance their knowledge, and imbibe what is being transferred to them by the faculty. For the students joining today, I intend to cover my own past and draw lessons from it to enable you to gain and imbibe as you move ahead during your college. In June 1974, I joined Sydenham College, Mumbai in the second year directly as I had obtained an excellent grading in my ISC exams. I left the college 6 months later to fulfill my life's ambition of serving in the army and hence joined the most prestigious institution, the maker of men, the National Defence Academy. It will soon also be a maker of women, and then possibly this cliche may undergo a change. NDA was an institution with a difference where you learned, trained, bonded, and worked. When we joined the academy, we were as old as you are today, most of us just being out of school. We felt the way you feel now, that we are grown-ups and capable of taking our own decisions. We also felt we were free, away from school discipline and restrictions. It is for this reason that I addressed you all as ladies and gentlemen and not students. Like you all today, we joined the academy as strangers and ended up as closest buddies. Today, we call our course mates or our batchmates as brothers from different mothers. The bonding we formed from 1975 to 78 continues to this day. The proximity amongst us is far greater than with members of our family. The same would be your status as the years go by. The National Defense Academy taught us lessons of life, lessons which we could never have learned elsewhere. Some were taught the hard way, some by experience, and a few by the manner we lived and worked. These lessons still guide us in our life. It is this that I desire to share with you. Lesson number 1. Entering college does not mean that you will graduate. You have to work hard. I was weak in physics, chemistry, and maths when I joined. Having studied commerce, accounts, and geography in school and passed the written exam in my second attempt with tuition, my belief was what most of you have now is now that I have joined, graduation is the responsibility of the staff. At the end of the first semester, I was recalled for retest in physics and maths. I passed in mathematics, failed in physics, and was pushed back by 6 months. This pushback changed my outlook to life. I was guided by my seniors, and which is what I will refer to in my lesson number 2, which is a failure is not the end of life. Post being relegated for 6 months, I was dejected, lost heart, and even contemplated quitting the academy. I considered it an insult and lost confidence in myself. My directing staff, his name was Captain Katoch, called me to his office one evening. Playing inside was his 5-year-old son. He told me, "See, my son, I too was relegated as you were. I also felt dejected and wanted to quit, but stuck on. Today, I am your directing staff, doing well in service, and this is my son. You may be here one day in my place. Go down, sit, assess your weaknesses. That is your job. And work to overcome it. Dejection will get you nowhere." To add to this, my son lost a year in his engineering degree. I gave him the same lesson. He continued, did his MBA, and today is doing exceeding well in his company. He too is married and has a son. Failures are never an end, but an opportunity to gain if you take it in the right spirit. Lesson number 3, understand yourself and your weakness. I took Captain Katoch's advice, sat back, identified my shortcomings, and worked to overcome them. I have never looked back ever in service. There has been no exam, and we have many, including competitive exams, where I had to repeat or failed. The fact that I retired as a Major General is indicative of correct identification of my weakness and working to overcome them. In time to come during your BBA, you will all learn SWOT, human behavior, do your self-assessment tests as you progress. Use these tools to understand yourself. Take them seriously, and you will improve as an individual and a human being. As a directing staff for 3 years in the College of Defense Management, I have seen students, mostly in the ages of 40 to 45, change for the better when they learn human behavior and do their self-analysis. You too can. Lesson number 4, there are no shortcuts in life. One of the basic principles in NDA is that shortcuts are bad. Even jumping across the culvert to save a few steps is punishable. The intention is not to make life difficult or more rigorous, but to teach us at a young age that shortcuts can be disastrous in life. As Colin Powell, the US Secretary of State, stated, there are no secrets to success. It is the result of preparation, hard work, and learning from failure. Unless you are prepared and ready, you will never be able to move forward. Preparation is in your hands. Shortcuts may save you once, but never always. Lesson number 5. Your background ends the day you join the institute, which is today. Post that date, it is only you and you alone that matters. All of us who joined the academy came from different cities, different schools, and different family backgrounds. The very first day when you had a similar haircut, similar dress, took similar meals, made you realize that from that day onwards, till you live, it is you and only your effort that counts. Your family is not coming in to do your job or support you. You have to work, you have to face the brunt, you have to succeed, period. If you have any airs about yourself, leave them now. You are all competing on an equal level. It is your hard work which will signify your success. Family backgrounds, prestigious school matters little. You can influence a few, but the answers you write will determine how far ahead you go. Lesson number 6. Everyone will never rise to the top. When we joined, like you, we were all motivated. We saw dreams of a bright future rise to the top in success. One of my coursemates is currently the CDS, the Chief of Defense Staff. A few retired a rank or two below, some a rank below, and so on. The causes were different, including the paramedical structure of our profession. In some cases, it was even destiny or possibly major family issues which compelled an individual to leave. The fact is, almost all of us are happy where we ended. I use the word almost, as there will always be exceptions to the rule. Here I wish to quote Field Marshal Sam Manekshaw, who, speaking to the passing out course on their commissioning as officers, stated, "You have begun climbing the ladder of the service. Some of you may fall after a few steps. Some may go higher, and possibly only one of you may reach my rank. However, if you take this lesson as an excuse to stop working, then you will be quitting even before seeing the ladder. This means that you are an accepted loser." Lesson number 7, stand by your buddies, never let them down. A team works when every member trusts the other. In every camp that we attended in training, there were exercises when you had to work as a team, including running with loads for long durations. One person being slack and chances of winning the competition ended. The rule of the academy was simple. No one is left behind. No matter how ill or injured the member was, he would always be carried along, irrespective of how we did it. Teamwork signifies success. When you join the corporate, you will witness it firsthand. As you proceed through your semesters, you will experience occasions when you have to work as a team. It may be projects, extracurricular activities, etc. Some may contribute, while others may seek to pass the buck, hoping to ride piggy bank on others. Those who sit by the sidelines today will do so through most of their lives. Those who stay away, feeling shy or underconfident to participate, will feel so all along. Those who join and actively participate will always be moving ahead. You have to decide what you desire to be. No one else can guide you. Just remember, this is the institution where you can learn and your mistakes will be forgiven. It will never happen at your workplace. Lesson number 8, be mature, behave mature. You are young men and women now. You will in a few days come to know your colleagues, classmates, and form your groups. You will join various clubs and meet others. One important lesson that we learned is never rattle on your colleagues. Simultaneously, be man enough to admit your mistake or wrongdoing and accept the consequences. Do not hide behind others or blame innocents for your fault. Remember, you are a grown-up person today. If you do this all through your life, you will always be respected. Lesson number 9, life is not all work. Enjoy as you work. For all of us in NDA, the first term was the toughest. However, the 6 months flew by, and how it went, we still don't know. We always counted DLTGH, which stands for days left to go home. as we always missed home. As time passed, we became accustomed to the routine and began enjoying our stay. At the time of passing out, we were dejected that 3 years had elapsed. Even today, when we visit the academy, our memories are rekindled and we become children. Your initial phase may be difficult. Pressures would be on you. However, as time passes, you would enjoy your stay. At the end, you too would repent the end of this phase of life as we did. Hence, you need patience and discipline. Lesson number 10, punctuality implies responsibility. Sadly, this is missing in our Indian culture. Seeing it today gives me immense pride in this institution, and I know it's going to rise to great heights. In the army, this is enforced the hard way and becomes part of your life, even post hanging your uniform. Those who ignore this trait would always find themselves at a disadvantage. Linked to punctuality is appearance, turnout, bearing, manners, and etiquettes. These introduce you well before you introduce yourself. They also project you where your physical and academic capabilities may fall short. You can always recognize today a veteran officer from a mile based on his physical appearance and mannerisms, enforced on him when he was your age. Lesson number 11, no one is indispensable. Many times we feel that we are an important member of the group and hence carry a feeling of self-importance. It is incorrect. Once you leave, the group carries on with maybe a small reshuffle. Hence, let us drop this self-importance today itself. Lesson number 12, self-discipline is essential for success in life. This, I think, is very, very important. We led a regulated life in the academy. Everything followed time. Being late or being ignorant of existing rules was unacceptable. This regulation of time guides most of us today. I have seen many youngsters in this era of modern technology, with everything dependent on a push of a button, entertainment available on fingertips. Lifestyles are sedentary. Most commence their days at 11 or 12 in the morning and end it at 2 or 3 a.m. The day is spent on movies, mobiles, and other forms of entertainment. This is not a recipe for success. Life has to be regulated and self-discipline inculcated. This means that there should be time for everything: work, play, family, and entertainment. There should be a schedule, not the current policy that I will decide as the day goes on. You must pay attention to national and global events. All-round development is essential for successful humans. Being well-informed provides, apart from knowledge, a well-rounded personality and a person who can be indulged in good conversation. Physical exercise must not be ignored. It is your body and you need to care for it. A fit body means a fit mind. In conclusion, let me wish you loads of success as you move ahead in life. May God Almighty take care of you, guide you, and make you humans that your family, this institution, and the nation is proud of. In the end, I want to leave you with the words of Napoleon Hill, an American self-help author. Some people dream of success, while others wake up and work hard at it. God bless and Godspeed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, General Thakkar sir, for your inspiring address, and I'm sure our future managers will take a lot of learnings from it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let me take this opportunity to invite our next speaker, who is also a retired Major General of the Indian Army and has served as the MGAOC Central Command of the Indian Army. Major General Rajal Kochar sir, VSM, retired from Indian Army as Major General of Army Ordnance Corps Central Command after 37 years of meritorious service to the nation. Alumni of Defense Service Staff College and College of Defense Management, he holds a doctorate in emotional intelligence and is a reputed expert on logistics and supply chain management. General Kochar, a prolific writer and a defense analyst, has authored 4 books and was invited as an expert commentator by various TV news channels. He is a senior advisor with the Defense Research and Studies and member of Manoj Parrikar Institute of Defense and Static Analysis and Center for Joint Warfare Studies, New Delhi. Jalal, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much, Ritvik. Can I be heard? At the outset, I wish to extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Shakti Bhatnagar, Director of SCMS, and his entire faculty and the management, as well as with whom I've been associated over a period of time. It's a pleasure, and I made it a point to join early because I didn't want to miss the opportunity of hearing such eminent personalities who have spoken to all of you about their essence of life. And since you all are starting a new journey in your quest towards excellence, guiding you from their own experiences. And practically, A to Z of leadership has been covered by them. So I have to cover a significant ground in order to make my talk different from what has already been spoken to. See, I will relate to you my life experiences and what kind of learning we all can get from these experiences of.
So you have
before we take on this issue of discussing various issues of our life experiences, a few questions I want to put in front of you for your own soul searching. The first is, what is the essence of your life? Today, all of us have a goal in mind, an objective in mind. Where we are today, where do we want to go after 5 years? What do we have to see us after another about 10 years? So, is it attaining a success, the sense of my life? Do we have the psychological edge today in order to be successful in this competitive world? It is very important that each one of you has a psychological edge. Do we have the necessary skills? Today, you all have joined this prestigious institution. And what brought you to this institution? What was the motivation to join? You must all reflect upon that and make full use of these 3 years you have in this institution to acquire the necessary skills, because these skills will carry you ahead in life. Is your goal orientation correct? See, most of us do not give any primacy to our goals. How our goals are to be defined is an important exercise which all of you must undertake. I will narrate you an example of a study carried out by Harvard University. There was an MBA class like yours, 40 students in the class. So a director like Dr. Shakti came and addressed them and told them, okay, gentlemen and ladies, take out a piece of paper and I want you to write your goals in life. What is your goal in life? And after that, he exited the class. And he said that I will come back after 30 minutes and you will tell me what your goals are. So few students, maybe about 5 or 6 of them, wrote their goal on a piece of paper. A few students, say about 10 of them, decided their goal in their own minds. And about 15 of them or 20 of them decided what is the requirement to have a goal. As we go along in life, we will set our goals. So this analysis was done by a study by the Harvard University. And finally, after 15 years, they went back to each student to find out how have they progressed in their life. And to your surprise, the findings of the study brought out that those 5 people who wrote down their goals on a piece of paper had performed 100 times better than the people who had not set a goal for themselves. So you can imagine that today you are starting the course of your life, and the most important for all of you is to write your goal on a piece of paper and paste it in front of your study table and see it every day and get motivated by your goal. And remember, the goal is always progressive. Today, what you want to see yourself after 1 year, after 3 years, and after 5 years. So set your goals accordingly. A few questions I want you to make a note of. What will add purpose to your life? Today, all of us are here. We want to bring a certain amount of quality in our life. How do we go about bringing this quality? Please write down these aspects somewhere and write your own answers to it. And please review this after 1 year and see what answers you wrote today. Have they been the same what you think after 1 year? You will realize the purpose of your life. The first is, what are my talents and gifts? See, you are carrying out the introspection within yourself. You are not telling anybody, boasting to anybody. You are carrying out a self-assessment of yourself. In life, if you want to do well, you must know yourself well. If you don't know yourself well, you will never accomplish what you set yourself with. So, first is, what are my talents and gifts? God has given me. Some people are good in speaking, some people are good in writing, some have got IT skills. So, what are my talents and gifts? The next is, what would I love to do with my life? Always remember one thing, that whenever you set to achieve anything, if you don't have passion in that, if you don't have the fire in your belly, as they say in the army, that you must have fire in the belly, you will not achieve that. So the next question you have to ask yourself is, what do I most enjoy doing? Remember, whatever gives you happiness, if you do that thing in life, you will be more successful. If you do which you're compelled to do, which you don't want to do, but you have to do, you will always have unhappiness, and unhappiness will never give you success. The next question I want you to answer is, what has been my lifelong dream? One of the speakers, Vinod Bhatia, he spoke about your dreams. How to go about your dreams. Always remember that if you have a dream, it will get translated into reality. So you must dream, and you must dream big. So please write down what has been your lifelong dream. The next question which you must answer for yourself is, what idea do I have that refuses to go or keeps recurring in my mind? An example of Thomas Edison. He invented the electric bulb. He had 10,000 attempts, and on the 10,001st attempt, he was successful. And why? He always, this idea of his that I must invent this bulb refused to go. So always remember that, don't give up. Keep on trying till that idea becomes a reality. The next and the second last question for you is, what have I always wanted to do, but I never thought I would be able to do it? Telling you from my life experiences and what General Packard also mentioned about his training in the National Defense Academy. I'm also from the National Defense Academy. And like General Packard, I also suffered a failure. I lost my 6 months, and physics was my Waterloo like him. So there is a lot of similarity between him and me. And I overcame my failure, and in my young officers course, when I was commissioned, I was awarded the silver medal. So the journey of my life started from the moment I got the silver medal, and I tried my best to overcome my own deficiencies. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, I want to emphasize on you that please do your own SWOT analysis. Please identify your own strengths, weaknesses. What are the opportunities you have in life? What are your threats? What are your limitations? What you feel that you cannot do in life? And if you write it down, let me tell you, if it will stare in front of you every day, you will overcome this over a period of time. And lastly is, what injustice makes me so angry that I must do something to elevate it. See, a lot of things are happening around us. We hear about the farmers' agitation. We hear about so many, China is on our border and other things are there. So how do we overcome it? As a citizen of this nation, as a part of this nation, each one of you can contribute to nation building. It's extremely important. And your contribution can be in the field of what? It can be in the field of management. It can be in the field of IT. You can be a scientist. You can join the army. You can join the IAS. So you must contribute. Remember, life is all about contribution and not about consumption. We tend to waste our lives. So wasted life, most of the time how many hours in a day we have? 24 hours. You sleep for 8 hours. 16 hours are left. How do I intend to use these 16 hours is the most important question to you, because time does not wait for anyone. Time is a great resource which gets expended over a few days or so. So procrastination, as we call it, please don't do that. It will lead to more problems for you in life. And most important, as far as the psychological edge is concerned, I want to share an experience which you all know about Captain Vikram Batra. Now, Captain Vikram Batra was given a task to capture Tiger Hill, which was almost 15,000 feet. temperatures were minus 30 degrees and the gradient was 80 degrees. For a normal human mind or a human being, in the face of the enemy, if you're going to have a gradient of 80 degrees, how are you going to first of all climb, then recoup your energies and then fight a battle? He did that in one night. And what made him do that? It was a psychological edge. He made his mind strong, and I want you all to make your mind strong. And what is the optimal mental state? It is the first litmus test of your mental state is, are you confident when faced with a situation? Always remember that the true test of a leader is in times of crisis. So whenever a crisis comes in your life, are you confident to face that crisis? That is one. Second is, do not blame yourself for anything. ये तो मेरी किस्मत है, ये तो मेरी destiny है, it had to happen with me. There is nothing like destiny. You actually shape your own destiny. It is in your own hands, my dear friends. Your destiny, your life cannot be dictated by an outsider. It is within yourself, and you have to take hold of it. The third most important aspect is attitude. Always have a positive attitude. A lot of speakers have spoken on it. And let me tell you, when you are faced with this situation in life, a small example I will give you. Since I am from the logistics part of the Indian Army, we had a central vehicle depot in Delhi, in which I was the deputy commandant. And one day the Prime Minister Modi, he flew over the depot and he saw a number of tanks which were scattered over an area of more than 200 acres. So he inquired that what are these tanks occupying so much of prime land, and are they functional or are they salvage? Means they have outlived their life. So my commandant called me and he said that these tanks have to be disposed of, and for the last 10 years these tanks had not been disposed of because the price which was fixed for each tank was 14 lakh of rupees. Nobody was willing to buy a tank for 14 lakh rupees because the market value was not that. But unfortunately, our procedures were like that, we could not reduce the price. So I told my commandant, so don't worry, sir, it will be done. So the first attitude is yours that yes, task is difficult, but your attitude and your mental state says that it will be done. So once you embark upon that journey of doing that task, let me assure you, my friends, you will get success. And in 6 months, we sold off 1,000 tanks for 10 lakhs each. So you can imagine the process I went through in a systematic way. It was done, and the approval of the competent authority was taken, and you can imagine how much of money the government got. So it is a question of attitude which will actually carry you through. The next most important aspect is always be prepared for the worst case scenario. You see, unfortunately, we don't do any kind of contingency planning in our organization. COVID has happened. 90% of the organization failed because they did not have a viable supply chain management available. The organizations which had a supply chain management in place were able to survive. And why they survived? Because they had a contingency plan. They had prepared for the worst case scenario, and in the Indian Army, we always prepare ourselves for the worst case scenario. Look what is happening in Ladakh today. The Indian Army's worst case scenario is that China will launch an offensive. So we have prepared ourselves in adequate measure. In 6 months, we created a logistics there, a supply chain there, all our ammunition dumping, all our FOL, fuel oil, lubricants, all our gun positions, everything is in place. Aircrafts are fully loaded. So we did our contingency planning and we are ready for the worst case scenario. Similarly, in your life, you have to be prepared for your worst case scenario and take your problems head on. There are many leaders who try to postpone a decision, never postpone a decision. In the army, in my office, if I had 20 files in the morning, by lunchtime, my table was clear. There was no question of keeping anything pending for the next day. In case of doubt, you nice to call the concerned person, do a brainstorming and give my decision. So always remember it is teamwork and decision making which will carry the day for you. The next is you must develop a fighting spirit. So what happened in the Adelaide test? India was all out for 36. What happened in Gaba? We thrashed the Australians. And how we did that? It was that fighting spirit. We repeated that in Lords in England. So this fighting spirit I want all of you to have, because today the Indian Army is known for its valor, its demeanor, its virtues. It is due to that fighting spirit we have, and that must be inculcated in all of you. It is important to take life as it comes to you, and I'm reminded in the end to conclude my talk a statement by our former president, Mr. Abdul Kalam. All birds find shelter during a rain, but the eagle avoids rain by flying above the clouds. Problems are common, but attitude makes the difference. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the attitude of yours, the positive attitude of yours, which will carry the day for you. And I wish you from my heart the very best in your own lives, in your personal lives, in your professional lives. And I want to see each one of you reaching the pinnacles of your career with your hard work, determination, dedication. We can only guide you. We can only narrate our experience to you. It is you people who have to translate into action. Always remember that action shapes your destiny. If you keep on sitting on your chair, nothing will happen. You have to move on the field. And once you are on the field, you will see things will start happening. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure speaking to all of you. May God give you all the strength. God bless. Jai Hind.
Jai Hind, sir, and thank you very much, sir. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to invite students to ask questions to the panelists.
Good morning, everyone. My question is for Harsha Kaka, sir. Sir, how important is to make planning for any upcoming challenges or assignment? We all been knowing that you have served in Indian Army, so we would love to listen to your experiences in this regard.
So you're on mute, I think.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, like even you take the function of today and you look at the way it's been planned, scheduled, and worked on. Unless you plan, unless you look ahead, unless you cater for what contingencies can come up, you would never be able to go through a function. Today, there could have been a case of, say, possibly my electricity going or connection falling down, and then what do you do? So, they would have looked at it that in case this happens, what is our next step? How do we fill up the gap? You cannot have everyone sitting for the next 10 minutes and offsetting the entire schedule. So if you're going to go through an event, you need to first sit down, list out what the event is. How are you going to go through it? What all do you need to go through it? Where all can there be mistakes? How can these be handled? At the end of the day, I also want to tell you that all plans in the armed forces, especially dealing with operations, collapse the moment the first bullet is fired. But because you've taken care of contingencies, you're able to modify a few of them to be able to achieve your aim. Without planning, nothing succeeds in life.
Good morning, everyone. This is Tanujit, and I have a question for Major General Rajan sir. Sir, how important is it to be disciplined in life? Can you please share your experience here where you felt that being disciplined has helped you in your life?
It's a very important and pertinent question, which was covered by the previous speakers also. Discipline is a key to success. See, you don't want to start a morning of the day by apologizing, what was mentioned by Master Vishnu. And why discipline is important is because, see, whenever you are in an organization, you are being watched by many, your subordinates, your peers, your superiors. And a disciplined organization always is able to accomplish its task within the timelines specified. There is no point in submitting a solution when the time for submission has gone by. When I was doing the Defense Services Staff College, we had to write an appreciation in 3 hours of time. And if we did not submit it after 3 hours, it was not accepted. So the question is that do you have your self-discipline within yourself to accomplish your tasks in time, to do what you have been assigned to do, because you will always find that your success is directly proportional to the kind of discipline you have set for yourself in life. And discipline does not mean in the physical sense by saying you, yes, sir, it will be done or something like that. It starts with your own life. From early morning, if you get up in time, you go for a jog in the morning, or if you do some exercise or some yoga, then you have set a timetable for yourself in your life that I must be on my table at 8 o'clock and I must do self-studies for about 2 hours. And then you chalk out a routine for yourself. And the best way to test your own self-discipline is while driving a car, and if a red light is there and you find that nobody is around and no vehicle is there, you still carry on in spite of that red light. Why you carry on? Because you lack discipline. So you need to inculcate this important aspect of your life. And if you are punctual, if you do things as per the requirement, if you follow the rules and regulations of your organization, if you are not indulging in procrastination, all these factors contribute to your being disciplined, and it is the most important trait of your character which you must imbibe in. Yes.
Any more questions?
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah.
So my question is to Rajan sir. So being in a field where pre-action analysis is very important, like in the military, operations or many things which are happening today. What do you think, or what are your views on the research which takes place before the action? Like, does it play a very major role? As we know, it plays a major role, but what exactly the things take into action when we take research into consideration? Or into any field,
Yes.
or into any field, how it is?
Yeah, I'll relate it to the Indian Army and then I will relate it to generic field. A very good question. See, what happens is that whenever we make a plan or we decide on course of action, how do we come to that conclusion? On what basis are we doing it? See, in the army, we make a plan and we test the plan in the form of a war game. You will study a gaming theory in your MBA course as time will go by. And please remember, this gaming theory is one of the most important research tool you will have with you. Along with that, a number of statistical and decision-making tools are also used in the Indian Army, known as the analytical hierarchical process, AHP it is called. And this will also be taught to you in your management. By virtue of having done MBA myself, I have gone through these techniques and have applied this in my life, in my profession. So what happens is that when you do research, what kind of research are you going to do? You will like to research your enemy. You will, or it can be your adversary. You would like to understand his psyche. You would like to understand his decision-making process, that what kind of decisions he takes in the times of crisis, what kind of leaders are there. We have a system in which we do environmental scan. We call it in the army, it is known as the environmental scan. And we scan this entire issue by a detailed research work. We tend to analyze General Bajwa is the chief of the Pakistan Army. What kind of personality is General Bajwa? What are his strengths and weaknesses? DG ISI. So we do a research on each individual, each adversary before we make our plans. And then when we do wargaming, we have two sides. One represents Pakistan, or it can be your adversary, and one represents yours. So some people will make a plan. If Pakistan is to attack, it will make an attack plan. We will make a defensive plan, and we will match these plans. And then we will conclude that what were the faults in our plan where we were not able to get the desired degree of success. So you can imagine that in your profession also, if you have a competitor, for example, your marketing strategy is to be made, and if you are a soft drink manufacturer and you are competing against Pepsi and you are a Coke guy, so you will try to do research on the product of your adversary and find out that what is the USP he is using. Why Pepsi is having a greater market share than Coke. These kind of research and the tools are, you have the SWOT analysis, you have the statistical tools, you do ANOVA, chi-square test, your statistical test, mean, median, mode, all these will actually give you a result of your analysis, and with this result of your analysis, you will be able to take a better decision in whatever areas you are.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite our honorable faculty, Rituraj Baba, sir, for delivering the vote of thanks.
Good morning to all. Good morning to all dignitaries. On behalf of SCMS Nagpur, Symbiosis International University, I extend my hearty vote of thanks to our eminent speakers, Major General Harsha Kakkar, VSM, and Major General Ranjan Kochhar, VSM, who have spared their time from their busy schedule to grace the occasion. It was always a great experience listening to the veterans with a vast experience. Today, it was a great opportunity for us all to hear your thoughts, and surely we are motivated a lot after listening to your words of wisdom. Major General Harsha Kakkar, VSM, imparted us with two major important lessons for our lives and few important takes from the lessons which he gave us. That the weakness is momentary. It is the real test of our character's strength. We should never leave our team in distress. We should always watch their back. Passion paves way to success. Punctuality, self-awareness, and self-discipline are the integral part of our lives. If we follow to do so, certainly we would attain success in the near future. Major General Ranjan Kochhar, VSM, also guided us on achieving our goals. There were few important questions which needed to be answered, and according to him, if we answer those questions, we would surely achieve our goals. Have a dream, it's important, and we should dream big. We should never give up. We should work continuously every day so that our idea can be materialized. We should work to overcome our deficiencies. We all have deficiencies, so we should overcome our deficiencies rather to crave upon them. We should continuously contribute towards nation building. And most importantly, the path may be difficult, but at the end, the destination is fulfilled. It is important to reach the destination. The path may be difficult. Always be prepared for the worst case scenario and have never say die attitude. The common thing between the two eminent speakers was that the people, us, create our own destiny. As rightly said by ex-president USA, Mr. Barack Obama, destiny is not written for us, it is written by us. Indeed, it was a great learning experience for us, listening to the great thoughts by Major General Harsha Kakkar and Major General Ranjan Kochhar, who has served our country. Thanks a lot to Major General Harsha Kakkar and Major General Ranjan Kochhar, sir. I also thank Dr. Shaktibodh Bhatnagar, sir, Director SCMS Nagpur, for providing me opportunity to propose the vote of thanks. I also thank the organizing committee for organizing such a great and well-executed event. At the last, I would also thank the IT support team for providing their unrelentless support at the end. Jai Hind. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we have came to the second session, end of the second session. Thank you everyone for being such an amazing audience, and thank you honorable guest speakers for your inspiring address. The next session will be hosted by a super amazing host, my colleague Yashabad. So stay here, we will be back in 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Jen.
Thank you, Dr.
Jai Hind,
Rajan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for
Jai Hind, sir.
coming and spending time with us. Thank you, Major General Harsha Kakkar, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
So Ritvij, I think everybody should stay online and we'll get back in 10 minutes.
Yeah. I request each and every student to stay online, don't log off, and we will begin in 10 minutes. And also your attendance is being recorded, so make sure to call your friends as well, those who have missed the first and second session.
Thank you.
Dear students, as I can see, the attendance is getting lower and lower, so I would request everyone to not leave because attendance is being recorded, and please call your colleagues as well.
Yasha, Chinmay will join at 5 minutes delay, so 12:05. So we will start
Okay,
by
sir.
12:05 only. Rest,
Okay,
I
sir.
think Mr. Vinay, Maheshwari, Bhisham, Deepa, and Rohit will join.
Okay, sir.
Vinay sir, good morning. Good to see you. I think.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Hi. Good morning, sir. Good to see you after a long time.
Absolutely wonderful. Good to see you too.
How
Great.
are you doing? Yeah, absolutely fine, sir. How are you doing, sir?
Changed look, right?
Sorry?
Changed look, I said, right?
Yeah. It changed the look. Yeah, it's been some time since we have seen each other, so yeah, it has got a little change. But you look still the same, sir.
Nice of you. Thank you so much. I try and stay fit, so you know that.
Absolutely.
Sports comes to me first.
Yes, sir.
I try and as possible. How's life and how is it about? So you've been. This is like a new journey for you in a way that. Well, of course, you're always keen in academics, and you were. Fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, but sir, you're right. I mean, after 16 years of into corporate, then coming down here in academics, it's been now my third year into it. So it's good. I mean, only thing is that with Kalpeji, I always had this thing coming from Kalpeji. He always used to say that, okay, I am able to contribute to society through my newspapers, articles, influencing thought process. And I always used to ask myself as in, okay, what is that I can do to contribute? So, I mean, I thought of, this is one way in which, if we can just shape up some thought process amongst our young minds, I think this is what, in a philosophical bent of mind I was thinking about.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. In fact, we all should do that. Honestly speaking, after a certain age, and especially when you've contributed or when you've got enough, these thoughts do cross your mind, right?
Absolutely.
I think the younger generation is getting these thoughts even earlier. Okay. Yeah. So, but it's always good to actually try and do something for the society, right? Unfortunately, in our country, when people do for society, also they try and look at some benefit out of it. Yeah. But that's not the right thing. That's not the, do if you want to do. I mean, don't try and make gains.
Correct.
So that's wonderful. That's wonderful. That's a very good thing, right? And especially, I'm saying if you have an assignment which is where you are taken care of and it serves both the purposes, your your I would say your professional success, and also your you're also at the the back of your mind that you want to do something for society. Both of these things are in sync here. It's a phenomenal assignment to be in.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Bhisham also. I think he has joined. Mr. Bhisham, are you there?
Hi guys, can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes. We can. How are you doing? A very good morning, or good afternoon, I should say, and welcome to Symbiosis, Mr. Bhisham. We have Mr. Vinay Maheshwari also here. So, I mean, we've got about 3-4 minutes. Mr. Chinmay is taking some time. He's going to take about 3-4 minutes to join. So I would like to introduce Mr. Bhisham to Mr. Vinay Maheshwari. Mr. Vinay Maheshwari is he is an executive director and chief executive officer of Sakshi Media Group. I have seen him very personally, Mr. Bhisham, very closely working with him in the same organization. His energy is infectious. He is a phenomenal guy to work with. And likewise, I can say it for Mr. Bhisham because I've known him personally for so long. Vinay sir, he's a national sales head for Info Edge, which is a parent company for 99acres.com, jeevansathi.com, naukri.com, and siksha.com. So he's my batchmate from Symbiosis, SCMS batch 2003.
Oh, fantastic!
Yeah, and Mr. Vinay Maheshwari, yeah, he's IIFT pass out, Mr. Bhisham. So we're in a good company, and we are joined by Mr. Rohit as well. Rohit Shavrikar. Hi Rohit, how are you doing?
Hello, hi. Nice to see you after a long time. Very good, thank you.
Thank you, same here, and thank you and welcome to Symbiosis, Rohit. And I think Chinmay is also here. Chinmay, a very good afternoon, I should say, and welcome to Symbiosis once again for all you guys. Vinay sir, Mr. Bhisham, Mr. Rohit, and Mr. Chinmay, they are all Symbiosis alumni. They are all from SCMS. Mr. Chinmay and Mr. Bhisham are from my batch in 2003, and Mr. Rohit is from 2004. And he went on to do his second MBA. Rohit went on to do his second MBA from Oxford, and then worked with BCG and all. Anyways, I just wanted to have this because this time was available. Mr. Chinmay was taking some time, so I thought of introducing you all together. Because this is a digital platform. I mean, I wanted all four of you to know each other digitally. Maybe next time when we are allowed to be on campus, hopefully I'll have you guys on campus and maybe we'll spend much more time together. But I thought, this is one thing that I wanted to do. We'll introduce, of course, as we move forward. So I would request Yasha now to take it forward and start the program.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Optimism is the one quality more associated with success and happiness than any other. The world is full of diamonds and gems, and we have some of them here today to build this event. With this note, I would like to give my heartiest welcome to our honorable guest speaker, faculty members, our honorable director sir, and dear students. I, Yasha Baid, on behalf of Symbiosis Center for Management Studies Nagpur, welcome you all to the induction ceremony of 2021 class of BPA. We all have assembled here today to motivate and cherish the young minds present among us. It gives me immense pleasure to share that today we are joined by some of the country's prominent and prolific personalities here this morning for the event. Now, I will halt my words and start with the program for the day. Now, it's so my voice is coming.
Yeah, you're audible. Yeah, sure.
Now, I would like to invite our Honorable Director Sir, Dr. Shakti Bhatnagar Sir, an academician with strong industry background with successful stint in some of the giant multinationals in India. He believes in learning by doing, with learning not being restricted to the academic curriculum, but aimed at shaping minds for better life tomorrow, both for self and society. Sir, the floor is all yours.
Yeah, thank you, Yasha, and it is indeed my pleasure. I feel so proud to introduce the speakers gathered here today. First of all, let me take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Vinay Maheshwari, Mr. Chinmay Sharma, Mr. Bhisham Dhingra, Mr. Rohit Shavrikar, faculty members, and my dear students. On behalf of Symbiosis Center for Management Studies, Nagpur, I extend a warm and a cordial welcome to you all who have gathered here for the induction of our batch 21-24 to the most awaited and concluding session 3. We're delighted that Mr. Vinay Maheshwari, the Executive Director and the CEO of Sakshi Media Group, accepted our invite to be a part of this induction program. I've seen Mr. Vinay Maheshwari, alumni of Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, very closely over the years. He's a dynamic sales and marketing professional with great leadership qualities. His energy is infectious. He works extremely hard and strives for excellence in whatever that he does. We are therefore highly thankful to him for being part of today's program. I'm extremely delighted to have Mr. Chinmay Sharma, CHRO at one of the most sought after brand in India, GSK Pharma, amongst us today. He is a Symbiosis SCMHRD alumnus. Mr. Chinmay is a living example of a corporate leader who is ambitious, a demanding professional, a humble and a great human being. He's one of the very few professionals whom I know who has a great start to his career and kept on rising after that, sustained his growth over the years, both as a professional and as a person, as a human being. We are therefore highly thankful to him for accepting our invitation to be a part of today's program. I would like to welcome and thank Mr. Bhisham Dhingra. He's the National Sales Head for InfoEdge, which is a parent company for 99acres.com, Naukri.com, Jeevansathi.com, and Siksha.com, to have agreed to be a part of this program today. Mr. Bhisham Dhingra, who is a Symbiosis alumnus, just like Mr. Chinmay, he's from SMHRD 2003 batch, and he's a passionate sales and marketing professional. He's a prime example of someone who believes in pursuing his or her own interest. I know that he always wanted to start his career into FMCG, and to pursue that career into FMCG, I still remember that he left out so many offers from different companies, from some big names, from other sectors, just to pursue his interest on FMCG. And then once he started his career in 2003, he's risen through ranks, and now he's achieved great heights in his professional career. We're extremely thankful that he accepted our invitation and he's here with us today. I'm extremely delighted and like to welcome Mr. Rohit Shavrikar, who handles customer experience for Google and is currently based out of Singapore. He's a Symbiosis alumnus once again. He's an SMHRD 2004 pass out, and he also did his second MBA from Oxford. He's an example of a passionate. He's an example of being passionate about one's dreams and goals and work hard to get it. He's a thorough professional, likes to solve business problems, humble and a great human being. We are thankful to him for accepting our invitation today and be a part with us on this induction for our batch 21-24 at SCMS Nagpur. I would like to welcome once again all the students here on this particular occasion, and I'm all set to hear from all those 4 great personalities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, it's my pleasure to invite our first speaker for this session, Mr. Vinay Maheshwari, sir. He is an Executive Director and CEO of Sakshi Media Group. He was previously working as Senior Vice President at BB Corporation. He is a seasoned professional with over 22 years of diverse industry experience in strategy, sales, market development, and brand management with global and Indian firms. He led businesses, large-scale operations, and successfully managed P&Ls and brand of different sizes, audiences, and stages in the life cycle. He also strategizes and develops new revenue streams, incubating new business models. He manages channel and retail sales, led strategic alliances, redesigned business process, and builds consumer connect. The floor is all yours, sir.
Thank you. I don't know how much of it, the young people at your age would have got out of it. But just to tell you, let me forget about all this introduction. Let me tell you who I am, right? And let me tell you who I was when I was at your age. I think that will help you connect, better with me and with all of you. So I come from a very small town of UP, and interestingly, I started my career as a sports person. Okay, so I come from a family which has a sports tradition. My grandfather was a was a great hockey player of his age. He played under Wally Hammond and Dhyan Chand both. He was a product of Lahore Sports Academy. My father played for for India for about 16 years. My brother played for railways and various other commercial clubs for about 20 years, right? I was the when I got selected for sub junior camp for India, I was, I think, the youngest in the camp, and then of course when I cracked the junior India, and I also played my football for Rajasthan and for various clubs, Spartan, Yuva Bharati Kridangan, Tata Football Academy, and a lot of places I've played. Okay, so I was all about sports, right? I wasn't into academics at all, right? To be honest, I was not a bad student. I was always a decent student. But when you're playing 8 hours a day and your body needs rest, and your entire focus is on sports. When you walk into your house and the first question to you is, how did the game go, right? So I come from a background where we were never asked how did your exam go, right? We were always asked, how did your game go? How did your practice go today? Okay, so when we used to pick up injuries, I have seen those grim down faces in my family, right? Not because they were worried about my injury, just because they were worried that I'm off field for long, or I'm going to be off field for long, right? So I'll tell you a very interesting incident, and that's how I had to actually hang up my boots. We were playing against a Russian club, and typically soccer is a game where you pick up a lot of local rivalry in the game, and I picked up a rivalry with a forward, and I was playing a center half those days. So I had I just changed my position a year ago. I used to play right out, which I don't know how many of you will understand the sport, but I used to play a right out. Then I moved to right in, and because I did not have, I'm only 5'8". My coaches felt that I have a great stamina, good dash, but I did not have the height to crack the ball or to trap the ball on the flanks. Okay, so I had to take a lot of jump to trap the ball on chest. Okay, in which I was actually losing the time to drop down the ball and chip it in. So they thought that center half is a very good position, because center half is where you can shunt the ball up and down, and you don't really need that kind of a height, right? You need a lot of stamina there. So that is when I had just changed my position, and I was a very aggressive player. So I picked up the rivalry with with somebody who was like a feet more than in height with me, and then he was a dashing center forward. I just don't want to name that gentleman. He went on to obviously become one of the national players for that side. Okay, so it just happens. The heat of movement is such. We started stepping onto each other. Okay, and can you beat it? It was just an official friendly game, right? We started stepping other, and there was a moment when I got caught at a wrong foot, and he stepped. I couldn't save that step, and my tibia fibula went into pieces straight away. So my tibia fibula just kind of knocked off from two sides, and there was a piece out of it. I was in hospital for about 6 months, five operations. Okay, 5 back-to-back operations. But my dad's only worry was, when and how will you hit the ground? Like, how will you hit the ground again? So, and that was my worry as well. I remember when I was on stretcher and I heard my dad's voice outside. I was in terrible pain, but I just kept moving as if there's nothing wrong with me. Okay. And I remember that incident when there was, when this happened and somebody saw my leg into 3 pieces, a goalkeeper was sitting right on my chest so that I can't see what has happened to my leg. Right. From that situation to the hospital and to, getting through these operations, what happened is I remember my dad was standing outside, and I was feeling so sorry and sad that I had disappointed him. My dad all this while kept telling me, be smart. You don't have to pick aggression, right? Channelize your aggression. Use it at the right places. No point picking up rivalries, right? You are in the game. Why I did that? Okay. And I did not follow him, So sometimes what happens is, and this is first learning, sometimes what happens is, at a certain age, you find it very difficult to take advocacy. At a certain age, you find it very difficult to take an advice. Okay. Because you think we've not experienced, how can I take someone's experience? Or what I'm doing is right. Probably I did not understand his advice and I kind of faltered there. Admitted was admitted. Of course, I wanted to hit back the sports very quickly. I wanted to come back to ground very quickly. Then as it happens, when you are there at that level, you pick up that kind of an injury, you are on a layoff for 6 months, no matter whatever rehab you do. And those days, when I was playing, medical science was also not, or maybe the medical facilities that we guys had was not really of this stature or this kind of advanced platform. So obviously then, when I tried to hit the football ground again, I realized that people, those who were playing with me, they had moved ahead a long way. Okay. I just couldn't set up. I just couldn't gel in that team. Okay. And that's when my father, who was also my coach, and because, coach being a coach, he will never mince his words. And he said, listen, you know more here. Like, you don't belong here now. Right. So your football career is over. What do you want to do? We were still not considering a education platform, right? Then I look back again and I figured out that I have a lot of stamina. I'm short. I'm like 5'8". So short stamina, where will it fit in? And I decided to take up an event called marathon. Okay. So typically marathon runners would have a strategy. They'll run 10, 20, 30, 40. Gap, and then they will run 10, 20, 30, 40, right? That's how they typically run. But because I was starting marathon pretty late, I had to learn a lot of strategies. I had to learn the stepping, etc. I wanted to achieve something. I really trained very hard. I was running marathon almost 3 times a week. Okay. So instead of doing 10, 20, 30, 40, I would do 20, 40, 20, 40, 20, 40. Okay. So you can understand how tiring it would be. Okay. I started having a backache because one of my the leg which was on screw and bolt, okay, started giving me trouble. Okay, 2 years into marathon, tried various events. Okay, finishing 29th in Pune marathon to finishing 5th somewhere, 8th somewhere. Okay, I was not finding a way through. That's when I decided to change my event to 6 kilometer velodrome cycling. Okay, I did that for 2 years. Again, my back, my leg, my bend, my knee did not support that. That's when I decided to come into academics. So basically, I entered into academics despite putting in a lot of effort, etc. I entered into academics with a lot of failures on hand. Okay. I was probably one of the most promising sports person of my family when I started shaping up and when I started achieving those things early in life, but ended up being the last in the list because all others who were in the previous generations, they played for much longer than me, and they had a lot many more laurels to talk about. So I entered in academics with this mindset that I'm a failure, right? But I did not let the sportsman die in me. So I brought that energy, I brought that passion, I regathered myself. I said, okay, forget that field. Let me try and do something in this field. Started doing, and then God was kind enough. I managed to break the university's 23 years old record, okay, for geophysics when I did with Meerut and Roorkee, which is now IIT Roorkee. Okay. Unfortunate there. That was a Mandal year. I don't know. I mean, most of you were not even born. In fact, all of you were not even born. Okay. And that year was a very tricky year because that year all those results, etc., were held back. Okay. So I had 13 admissions in my hand, right from only one place where I could not score the admission, and I was the first waitlisted was ISM Dhanbad. Other than that, right from IIT Roorkee to Kurukshetra, I was in the merit for all 12 institutions that were offering MTech Geophysics in India. Okay, I was on all IIT Chennai, everywhere, right? But I could not get the result in time. And can you beat it? Keeping selections in hand, and you're not able to hit the institution. Just understand the second law. I thought life isn't just there for me. It's just not supporting me. Tried to do so much in sports as a young guy. Okay, I remember those days when I changed my bio clock to get up at 4 a.m. I used to freshen up in the night. Okay, and those days just not to, so that I don't have to waste time in the morning, because when you're getting ready for football, you have to do the 2 bandages, you have to do your shin guards, then you have to do internal sockets, then you have to do the full stockings. Okay, when you have to do that much, it takes 15 minutes in the morning to set up those bandages, because bandage setting up takes time. I used to set the bandages in the night itself. Other than shin guard, I would wear stockings and sleep with the stockings and bandages on, so that in the morning I don't have to waste time, right? Imagine, so passionate, so involved, couldn't achieve, then did so much, like nights through I studied, right, to break those records. Finally, what happened? Having MTech admissions in hand and not being able to enter in any college, right? Just think of it. And that's when somebody walked up to me, somebody who was a neighbor, said, "Don't lose heart, try MBA." I didn't even know what MBA was. And by then, only few autonomous admissions were left. Thank God, God's been kind enough. I started the journey from the right institution. Okay. And since then, believe you me, I did not let that passion go down. I remember when I was in the management institution, my first semester, I was trying to hide out. I was hiding out. Why? Because so far we were people on sports field. I never had that kind of an exposure where I had to go speak with 50 people in the classroom and I have to present something. I would mug. I would practice in front of the mirror. Yet I would feel a little shaky, right? But from there on, I remember the second sem onwards and till dive, I made sure. So one thing that, the first thing that I learned in life, I'm happy that I lost, or I got losses right up early in the career, right up early in the beginning, because loss gives you, losing gives you a lot of learning. Okay, when you lose, you learn. When you win, you celebrate. When you win, I remember games where we won, we did not play very well. We won because the others did not play. The others played even worse, like even worse than us, right? But we celebrated those days. We never came back and sat with coach. In fact, when coaches used to sit with us and used to tell us, "Hang on, you may have won, but please understand where all did you do wrong." We used to have a very little concentration there, because we would just try and understand. We would just say, "Listen, yeah, we won, no, let us celebrate." Okay. I remember those games where we played the game of life and we lost. Okay. When you lose, only then you come back on the board and you do an examination, you do an introspection. Okay. It is a default thing in the human psychology. When you lose, you tend to evaluate. And when you evaluate, the learnings get registered. So today I can say with great pride, I'm happy I lost early in the, all the losses I managed to handle in the early years of my life. And those gave me enough learning, enough motivation, enough strength, enough endurance to handle the rest of my life. It's not that in the last 26 years of my professional career, I did not fail. I would have failed many a times. But I took that failure with great spirit. I started my career with, you wouldn't even have heard. This is the kind of pocket money that you guys get these days. Okay, I started my career with I say with great pride. I started my career with 60,000 rupees stipend per annum, and that was the Berger's first management training batch. Okay, to where I am today, I take a lot of pride. In this journey of 26 years, I would have handled 500 odd brands, be it from Baba Ramdev to Levers and I've worked with, you name a consulting firm, whether it is PwC to ENY to McKinsey's to BCG's. I have worked with everyone. You name a research company, I have done tons of projects with them. I've been going back to various institutions. I've never let myself, kind of detach from ground. Ground connect is something that's been my strength. So today, when I'm here on this platform, what can I tell you? I can tell you only from what I've learned. And please don't take this as an advocacy. You are absolutely free, because I understand at that age it is very difficult to handle advocacy. Treat me like a friend and understand. And if you want to take this advice, take this advice. 3 things that will come in your life, 3 things that will come in very, very handy in your life. Whether you have knowledge or not, keep passion and energy. If you have passion and energy, knowledge will walk in. You will ensure that knowledge comes into you. Okay, just keep that passion and energy. Second, keep your feet on ground all the time. Stay ground connected. Stay ground connected. Whatever that you want to learn, unless you understood. Okay. There is no harm in saying, sorry, I don't understand. Okay. Sorry, I couldn't understand. There's no harm. Okay. Third very interesting thing. Okay. Life works on only two elements: fear and excitement. I don't know. I mean, of course, you're all very young. You are in your early 20s or late 90s, late 10s. Like you would be 19, 20 years. You wouldn't even have seen a lot of Amitabh Bachchan movies. But there was a Bachchan movie, I'll tell you, and I use this phrase in a lot of my talks in various institutions. There's a dialogue that Bachchan recited in that movie and said, "ऐसा तो अक्खा जिंदगी में दो ही बार होता है, या तो ओलंपिक का रेस हो या पुलिस का केस हो." This is a perfect example. Just keep this example in your mind. Degree of fear or degree of excitement. Only these two things will make you move in life. Okay. Either you have a degree of fear. I mean, if the degree of fear is high, you will do that work. Degree of excitement is high, you will do that work. Lower the degree of excitement, lower the degree of fear, you will generally give a pass to that work, or you will put that work for a later date. Right? So assess what is the fear associated with the work that you intend to do. Assess what is the excitement, which is attached to that work that you're willing to do. Okay. Then take this call. Let me tell you, if the excitement is low or the fear is low, no matter whatever passion, whatever energy, whatever enthusiasm you try and put in that work, it'll be very hard for you to stick to that work for long. Okay. At your age, probably the relevant example of this would be, you see, very soon you will be, I'm sure at your age, people pick up the girlfriends, boyfriends at the age of like 10, 12, 11. Okay. See the amount of excitement. And excitement, I don't have to give you an example. This is the example that you can relate. And of course, at least 60-70% of your class can relate how it excites and what all the excitement makes you to do. Right? What fear. You see the way, you're sitting in the month of September, the exams are far. Like exams are in the month of Feb, right? Or March. The degree of fear is still not up. No matter whatever you do, you will not be able to give your full in the month of September. Comes October, November, December, fear starts going up, book starts coming in here, right? And comes January, and then the entire platform changes because the fear is here, right? So as the degree of fear increases, as the degree of excitement increases, your involvement increases, right? So these three things from my side. Do whatever in life, keep passion and energy, because these are the only things. These two special abilities will bring you out from any low, right? Any low, right? Passion and energy. Second is keep your feet on ground. When I say ground, don't try and live a pseudo life. I am who I am. Okay, what has to accept me like the way I am. Okay, I would try and know people as they are. I would not like to perceive them. I would like to know them. Right? And third thing, okay, assess your stimulus, assess your triggers of fear, assess your triggers of excitement, okay, and then look at the degree associated with it. This will give you an understanding whether you are for it or you're not for it. A lot of people would have landed here not out of excitement, probably out of failure. A lot of people would have landed in this course because father would have said. Okay, mom would have put. It's mom's research that has made you do, let's say, a BBA here, right? So far you don't know. So neither are you excited, nor do you have fear. But now that you are here, assess your triggers that will give you that degree of excitement of being here, right? Make sure, like some of these gentlemen, in fact, see, I'm still an outsider, and you see some of the distinguished guests who are sitting here, and they are from your school. They're from your, they're the alumni of Symbiosis. You will be able to connect much better with them. Okay. You see, they will all vouch this. Okay. When you own something, when you do something, figure out your triggers. You see the success, the amount of success these people have achieved in the last 15, 16 years, right? 2004 to now is like 17 years. And you see the amount of successes, right? They're all sitting at the tops. They're all top CXOs. How have they managed to achieve this? I'm sure they would have ensured these triggers. Okay, they would have worked on every single fear. Okay, they would have encashed every single excitement, and that's what you should do. Start doing that from early age. Thank you so much. I don't know. I mean, I can go on and on because I'm a speaker. I go out to various institutions, but I thought I should just kind of limit this conversation here and give you this wisdom from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind thoughts. I'm sure students will take a lot of learning from your address. Now, the time has come to introduce you all to our next speaker, and I'm sure you all must have been eagerly waiting for his session. So, our next speaker is Mr. Chinmay Sharma, sir. He is an Executive Vice President, Human Resource at GlaxoSmithKline, that is GSK Pharmaceutical Limited, HR leader with over 18 years of diverse experience in Gillette or Procter & Gamble, Philip Morris International, and GlaxoSmithKline. Chinmay Sharma, sir, has played a focal role in enabling the HR function to drive change and support Philip Morris in the center of an organizational transformation. He collaborated with other leaders to identify critical skills gaps and support the transformation. He also built the capability to enable an organization-wide mindset change and adoption of new ways of working. He is passionate and develops talent, leadership, leading change, and driving culture in line with business and goals and the company vision. Boys and girls, please welcome Mr. Chinmay Sharma, sir. The floor is all yours.
Thank you, Yasha. I hope I'm audible. Fantastic.
Yes, sir.
First of all, thanks to Dr. Bhatnagar, the Symbiosis institution for giving me this opportunity. Feel very honored and at the same time very excited. As Vinay said, it's always exciting to talk to students who are just kind of stepping it into what we call as the domain of higher education. So thanks for this invite. Looking forward to this interaction. What I can say is, you are at a very beautiful juncture of your life. And as I was listening to Vinay and his inspiring story, I learned a lot, Vinay. It was a fantastic talk, I must say. I was reflecting, my own journey, and if there is anything that I would leave you with as you are starting, I would say, a new phase of life. Not the only phase. There are many more phases waiting for you, I can guarantee. But what I can share, in your stage, looking back, I grew up in a city called Jaipur. Very very peaceful city with a lot of culture, with a lot of history. And I remember, my fond memories of the city. Again, going back to what Vinay said, stay rooted to where you come from. And I still call myself the same boy from the same city. And interestingly, at your stage, when I was in class 12, and I guess all of you have just kind of graduated from your school, I had a bit of a difficult period because in class 12th was when I lost my father, and I didn't know what to do with my career at that time. I was completely lost, sat at home for 1 year, didn't know where to go. Thankfully, in those moments, you always come across mentors, well-wishers who kind of show you a direction as to, what will work, what will not work. And sometimes you have to take a leap of faith. So I did the same, graduation happened in the same city. I think probably that was not the time to make too many changes in my life. And prepared for MBA, like some of my friends here, I would say long-time friends, not old friends. So I, happened to land in Symbiosis, fantastic institution, great ethos of, Vasudha Kutumbakam, instilling, qualities of a global citizen in students, landed there. And I still didn't knew actually what I wanted to do because I had no work experience, even though I had graduated. And I think in your case, you have a lot to experience going forward. And I remember that, again, why I'm saying this is why role of friends, well-wishers, mentors is very important in life. And especially, because there are too many voices that come into your head. And as individuals, we all believe that we know what we want. And sometimes, it's important that we open our mind and listen to people who have experience and who can kind of guide you. And I remember, although I thought that maybe I would study HR, but I was also equally inclined towards finance, landed in an internship, found another mentor there who convinced me to stay in HR during my internship. And the reason was simple. He said, in his mind, it was, if there are two roles in organization which can make an organization-wide impact, it's the CEO and the HR leader. So depends on where you want to go, decide, but firm up your mind. And hence I landed in HR, so how those critical conversations in your life and at what juncture they happen can actually shape your life and what comes after that. So, coming to that now, when I reflect back on my career and things that I learned or may have worked for me, and I would like to share with you so that, in some way you can benefit from it. The first and foremost thing, which I would like to advise you is, over the next 3 years while you are in the college, ensure that, you make a lot of good friends and also find some good mentors. It could be your teachers, it could be your professors. Sometimes you can learn, as a mentor from your seniors also in the college. And I would say actively do that. Invest in those relationships, cultivate those relationships. There is enough research now, which tells that the more social network that you build over a period of time, the better and happier individual you become. Okay, and I think there is enough research around that. So actively invest, I would say, in these relationships. Be competitive. I think you all want to do well. You're all ambitious people. Be competitive, but how you do versus others is not going to define you. Okay, so how you do versus your own standards, what you set for yourself, is what will make you a better professional and individual. So something I would like to leave you with. And interestingly, this is something which I guess making friends is one point which we, as a concept, we take it very lightly in India, I would say, in my humble view. I was in Europe for a few years, living and working there in Switzerland. And when I landed there, I used to speak to my colleagues saying, I find very difficult here to make friends. I know people, they are nice to me, they talk to me, but I find it very difficult to make friends. And he told me, something which stuck with me. He said that, look, people here make friends very early in life. Okay, and they are very particular about friends, because when they make friends, they really invest in those relationships, and they stick with them, good or bad times, and they are the true well-wishers. So people will be nice to you, but don't expect them to make you friends. Okay, so something that I would leave you with: you are at a very early stage of your career. Take this very seriously. Invest in your relationships. And they will serve you lifelong, as shaping you as a better person, human being, and as well as a professional. The second thing I would like to leave you with, since you are getting into a business management course, is don't be a job seeker. Okay, that's a fundamental error that you will do if you really want to go far. Focus on excelling in whatever you do, whatever you decide to do. Build your knowledge. I think Vinay stressed on the same point. Go in depth. Whatever you like, really go into the depth. Ensure that you are trying your level best to be an expert, to be a voice, to have an opinion on that topic. And trust me, if you do that right, whichever field you decide to get into, everything else will follow. And this is no rocket science. I'm sure you would have all watched this famous movie, Three Idiots, which stressed the same point, right? It is Kabil bano, success to piche aayegi apne aap. So simple, but I think very wise words. So nothing, no rocket science. The next one I would like to highlight is stay passionate and stay curious. I think Vinay said the same thing. I would just repeat what he said. The people who achieve success, are the ones who were passionate about what they did. And curiosity helped fuel that passion. When you're curious, when you're passionate about something, you're curious, you want to know more, you want to learn more, you want to see anything and everything that can make you fuel that passion, be better at it. So that's very important. And that's also linked to, if you are passionate, you will not be a job seeker. Then you will be focused more on becoming a stronger, better professional, and jobs will just be a medium to kind of help you excel, not the end of it. So think differently, stay passionate, stay curious, respectfully challenge every norm and theory, I would say, whichever field you get into, but with a sole purpose to master it, or finding better ideas or solutions. And the grind starts now at the college. You will have many professors coming to you, sharing, talking. So be curious, respectfully challenge, see if there are things which can be done differently. See things if there are better ideas, that you can apply in your professional lives in future. And that's the way you will become better at whatever you do. The other one I would like to leave you with is something that I think now I'm slipping as years are going by, is investing in your health. I would say now these days it's the meaning of health has changed. It's not just physical health, it's mental and spiritual health too, especially in the last 2 years we have experienced that enough. You are all young, you have just started, so build habits in terms of food, lifestyle, which will help you thrive, in the grind of life and work. And trust me, the grind has not even begun for you. there is a long way to go. So invest in that, pick up habits, cultivate habits which will serve you better as a human being, and helping you lead a very balanced life as well. And it's an investment which you make now, you'll get the dividends throughout your life. Last but not the least, is you are getting into now the business world, okay? And the reality is, you will all be, whether you like it or dislike it, you will all become like brands, So if you really want to be unique, consciously build your own unique brand, okay? And what I mean is, when we talk about brands, any brand you take, any product, associated with that brand, it gives you some idea about the values associated with that brand, with the ethos associated with that brand, and how you will from now, getting into this business world, starting from academics and eventually, one day either starting your own business or working in a corporation. Your actions, your values, the choices that you will make, it will all reflect on who you stand for as an individual. And if you are very conscious of what unique brand you want to create for yourself, your thoughts, actions, values, they all need to be aligned. Else you would want to become someone else, but you will be perceived as someone else. Which is a very important lesson that I learned very early in my career. I remember when I started my career with Gillette, the first day I walked into the office and I thought that I had already conquered the world. I did my MBA successfully. I got placed into a big corporation. And first day was, I got all the heat. Everything that I knew, I thought that I had an opinion on was trashed. And my first boss left me with a very important lesson, which was that you are not here, first of all, to please anyone. You're not here or expected to just run a machine which is running so well. She said, when you enter into the office, enter with a mindset that this is probably the last day in my office. I could be fired for anything, but as long as I am doing the right thing, it should be okay. So she said, if you work with this mindset, you will create a brand of your own. And then you will not be, your success will not depend on the job that you do. The success will depend on how good you are as a professional. And if you really, if you work for your profession and not for your job, that will take you to heights which you aspire to and which justify your potential. So that's what I would leave you with. Another example, of this comes to my mind. A couple of days back, I was talking to Dr. Bhatnagar, who is your director, and I must say you are in very safe hands. I was talking to him like, what made him make this switch from corporate to academic life, because it was very intriguing, inspiring at the same time, but also very intriguing because he's very young and he has worked with some great companies. So I asked him like, why did you do that? And he said a very interesting thing, which is something which I think doesn't matter who you are as a professional, applies to everyone. He said that, look, for last so many years, it was all about being customer centric or consumer centric. I thought about the customer, everything I did. I thought about the consumer and everything I did. And that's what giving me satisfaction. But now, in this job that I'm doing, it's all about being student centric. Everything that I do, every small little change that I make in curriculum, in the way the institute should run, it will have a huge impact on the student, not just for today, but for their whole life. And that gives me immense satisfaction. Okay. So if you have that clarity, like what really kind of keeps you going, what Vinay also said, if you really understand what gives you the excitement, what gives you the satisfaction, you would follow the right path. And according to me, that should be the path. And everyone will have their own unique path. Not everyone has to follow, the same path, working in a corporation, just keep going, just looking for promotions and raises. Follow what your heart tells you, and self-awareness is very important of who you are as an individual and what you really are looking for. So you have a great example, in form of your own director. So that's why I said, you have a great inspiration and you are in safe hands for the next 3 years. So I wish nothing but the best for you. It's an exciting world out there. I see a very beautiful campus in the background in the pictures. So I hope that this COVID situation improves and you get to experience this fabulous campus as well. So have fun, stay focused, stay passionate, and enjoy the 3 years that you spend at Symbiosis. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspirational thoughts. Now, I would like to introduce you all to our next speaker, Mr. Bhisham Dhingra, sir. Mr. Bhisham Dhingra, sir, is the head of Indian sales leading internet company InfoEdge, 99acres.com, Naukri.com, Jeevansathi.com, and Siksha.com. He is a business leader with 18 years plus professional experience in sales and marketing, with 11 years plus at national sales leadership roles. Bhisham, sir, is a result-oriented and very resourceful manager. He also previously worked with Kohler, Nokia, and Henkel. He has also contributed immensely in building the modern trade setup for Hence India. The floor is all yours.
All right. I need to get my HR team to meet you and my boss for my appraisals. I think this would be a good forum where you hear good things about each other. So Shakti, just give me a brief. You had given me, but just refresh my memory. So you guys are on campus. This is a BBA batch. How big is the batch? You can just give us a look on that.
Yeah. So the total strength that is going to be about 180 students. There are about 12 students who have taken admission, but their formalities are pending. So they'll be on board on Monday or Tuesday. So this batch is about 180 strength. And it's a 3-year program, as you know, and it has 3 specializations: HR, finance, and marketing.
Okay.
And off late BBA is catching up because earlier, people were talking about medical, engineering, or chartered accountancy as one of the careers, whereas management education undergraduate level was not figuring out. So there is something that new is coming up.
Good. And the students are on campus, or right now it's virtual?
They are all virtual as of now. Government of Maharashtra is going to come up with the orders as soon as they come up and allow the physical classes to start.
Okay.
We will do so immediately.
So right now, so I think the bunking would have already started. So let's do one thing. Let's first mandate everyone to get their cameras on. Right. So everyone who's on the call needs to get their cameras on. Suddenly the guys who are sleeping are waking up. Chinmay is going back to his days of sitting on the first row and laughing at people like us who used to get thrown the chalk from this. Chinmay used to be where the first bencher most of the time. Okay. So, Shakti, how much time do I have? So I'll pace it accordingly.
You've got about 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Okay, just be my time checker because हमें mic मिलता है तो फिर हम रुकते नहीं हैं.
I'll do that.
So, and would it be okay if I share my screen?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So let me know once you're able to see the screen.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Let me just. So I thought I'm not as a great speaker as Chinmay and others on the panel like Vinay. So I normally my own way of gathering thoughts is to just note it down somewhere. And as great people say, when you don't have any power and you don't have any point, you are good at PowerPoint. So let me just put my few thoughts there, and that should help you. So let me just give you a brief about myself. There is slight change on my profile, as Shakti and the lady on the panel mentioned, Yasha. So I'm part of InfoEdge, as correctly told, and I head the sales for 99 acres at InfoEdge. I've now been able to given the responsibility of handling the whole digital marketing piece also, the digital operation part also at InfoEdge, so which is for 99 acres specifically. My past, just to give everyone a view so that could relate. So I don't know when Shakti called me up that you need to talk to a few of the students. So my first reaction was that I am a wrong role model for any of new students, right? Because on paper, if you see my profile, it's not that great. So he said no, but so he gave me a few things which I on the WhatsApp message, and I said surely I'll be there. So I'll tell you a little bit of myself, and then we'll move to the session. So I am I'm a product of Symbiosis. Very proud of the badge I carry of the alumni there. I am also a graduate from Delhi University. I did my BCom from there. I've always been a very average student. I would say slightly better than average or below average, but always at an average. I was never a great sportsman as the gentleman on our panel was. I was never a great speaker. I was never the most how shall we term that? Not the sharpest pencil in the room ever. However, the end result when I see my journey is slightly better of what anyone anticipated, including my friends, family, or even myself. So I keep on asking myself that apart from good luck, what are the things which went right, or the choices? What prompted me to take those choices which turned out right in the end? And a lot of times when I go to students, students can talk to them. Even my subordinates, my peers, my bosses, are the points which I mention, which I'm going to mention here. And I'll be more than happy if at whatever time left people can questions or points people have, as long as the agenda is not being. So as I said, so that's me. I'm married. I look older than I am. I am just 40, and Chinmay is smiling because he did mention that old relationship, not old friends, but he look older than we are. So, and I'm married. I'm married to a doctor, dentist. I'm blessed with my son, who's now in standard 4th, and I hope none of my talks work with him. So I hope it works with you at least. So that's the effort, and that's the agenda. So when Shakti told me that, so I asked him, what do you want me to cover? So he said, just take them through your corporate journey or your experiences which can inspire people. That's a very big word. I don't think so I'll be able to inspire anyone. But just let it be a case study, of product of failures or successes which are there. Also, very interestingly, the problem with my slide is that it's redundant after what Chinmay said, because most of the things which Chinmay said are on the slide. So I'll just skip over those because they've already been better articulated in a much better manner. So I'm a filmy guy. My hobby is I'm a completely in a sense cinephile. You can ask me about any movie anywhere in India, whether Telugu or Malayalam. Most of the movies, if not all. And I'm a big Bollywood fan. So most of the things you'll see will come from movies somewhere. So don't judge me on my choices of movies and my CineStar items. So when the brief came in, I went to a time machine in my mind, and I went back into my journey. And I said, okay, if when I was 19, if I was sitting in this audience, what are the things I will tell myself to do or not do, right? So I've broken it down in many things. And the first, I want to start with the bad news. The bad news is that most of what you learn will be of no use at all in your life. And I know Shakti would be very, very unhappy with that statement, right? So the question is that then why are you doing this course? And I'll answer that also, because I started by saying I'm a proud alumni of Symbiosis. So I don't want those 15 students who have still not enrolled after, after the message goes that, hey, this Johnny came and said your education will be of no use, right? But that still remains the fact that most of what you will learn will be of no use at all, right? So where should be your focus? Where should your focus be? And I'll come to that. So the 5 maxims, which are things which, in my view, are rules. Maxims are things which are set, which in hindsight today are as much relevant as they were 20 years from now, and hopefully, in my own humble opinion, they would be from a student point of view, would be applicable for hopefully next 20 years. So let's start with you. The first thing is decide your end goal, right? And this is a snapshot from famous Alice in Wonderland, where when Alice reaches the Wonderland, she asks the cat, where do I go? Which road do I take? And the cat famously asks, where do you want to go? And where Alice responds, I don't know. And the cat famously says, then it doesn't matter which road you take, right? So the good thing which I see with this batch specifically is that most of you, by default or by choice, you have taken business administration as your choice of career, which is always, it's a choice which most of you have already taken. So that tells that, okay, most probably, if not certainly, you are moving towards the direction of choosing your at least professional career, and you know the end in the mind. A lot of time we waste our time and energies when we without discovering what's the end state, and don't confuse it by the results, as Chinmay mentioned. Let me clarify this. I'm not talking about results, right? We had just a gentleman wanted to be a sports person, and today is a very successful business entrepreneur and business personality. It's about you have to divide your process of discovery of what you want to do and then working towards it. A lot of time we do it vice versa, right? And that is also okay, because of the land of opportunities, a lot of time probability of 0.001% can also lead you to that. Chances are mostly when you see successful people, you would see that the probability of them reaching their goal would be faster, okay? And chances of them getting a success would be higher. And again, I'm choosing my word very wisely. These are all probability and chances. There is nothing certain in the world, and I'm sure all of you know this after this pandemic. There is nothing 100% in life except the birth and the death, right? These are only 2 certain things which are there. Rest in between, everything is a probability. I'll give you my example. I was at very early stage of my career. By chance, again, not by very constructive thinking. I wanted to do BBA, by the way. So what Shakti was mentioning, right, during even our time, and I could not get through the college of my choice on BBA. But I was very clear that I want to do, after my BCom, I want to do my MBA, and after MBA, this is the career I will take. And I did make those changes, and I touched on that. But despite me being an average student, I think the force multiplier was the clarity. As Shakti also mentioned that, again, not by a very thought through process, but still I made a decision of starting my career with FMCG. That does not mean, people who did not start with FMCG did not do well. And there are a lot of our alumni, a lot of my peers who are doing fantastically well, with any parameter, whether it is money or the satisfaction of work, who started with one industry and ended up in another. I am also an example. I started with FMCG. I went to mobiles. I sold 40 seats, and now I'm in internet, right? But the clarity was there that, I think my skill sets match here the best, and this is where I want to go. And that has been, and I also observe these things in others, that the more clear they are about their end goal, the better it is. The cricket team is best example. Our Indian team, I don't know the stats, but what I keep on hearing in commentary is that they tend to do better when they are chasing, right? So. Do we win when we start in inning? Yes, we can, but the probability slightly shifts to your favor when the end goal is clear in your mind. Let's go to the second one without spending too much. I think, again, a very controversial thing, as most people will tell you this, but according to me, hard work is completely overrated. Right? And that does not mean that hard work is not important. Again, the operative word is hard work is overrated. Right? And this is not a demeaning thing to anybody who works with McDonald's, right, or at McDonald's. Right? Don't judge it basis that. According to me, and I'll let me give that as an example, and let me indulge, let me indulge Shakti, because I can see him on the panel, Dr. Bhatnagar here. That Mr. Bhatnagar, Dr. Bhatnagar, if I ask you, who works harder, a rickshaw puller or a taxi driver, what would be your answer? Who works harder?
Yeah, I mean, it depends upon where you're looking at, but of course, the physical labor and the mental labor aspect of it
would be a rickshaw puller, right? So normally you would say that,
physical labor, yeah.
Physical labor, yeah. If somebody works for 8 hours, the hard work, hence the word is hard, right? And if I just stretch that example, that person who's working harder, is a pilot of an aircraft working harder, or is a taxi driver working harder?
Yeah, of course, a taxi driver you would feel.
Right? So, and that's where I put this, visual here. I hope everybody is able to see this. Is that a pilot, right? And this is, by the way, before the crash of the airline industry, you had glamorous life of pilots. Just to correct Shakti, people also wanted to be pilots 10 years back. If you had asked any kid what do you want to be, so the pilot who used to be one of the top things. So, but just coming back to this point is that I think the smart work is the key. It's not the hard work, right? So between pilots, so the thing is that if you have to be the best pilot, you have to be the most hardworking pilot, right? But the smartness is that in the world of transportation, the smart work lies at a pilot or a pilot. Okay, it does not the sheer hard labor which a cart puller does. The highest money should be, or highest respect for labor should be with the cart puller, but it is not. That's a fact of life in every sphere of life, right? So don't mistake me. Hard work is still a key ingredient. But before that, it's the choice of the smart work that you choose to do. And there are many more through WhatsApp universities, apart from Symbiosis University. You keep on hearing these anecdotal jokes that a person went, and I'm talking about times of Mandal Commission, which would be quoted that earlier in those days we had Bajaj Chetak scooters, right? So one day, let's say, a guy went, his scooter was not working, and he was kicking the scooter and it was not starting. So he went to the mechanic and said that, hey, this is not starting. So what do we do? So he said, okay. He looked at it and said, I need $100 to start it. He said, okay, $100, please make it start. So he takes a small hammer and he goes and he hits that on a particular spot on the engine and it does a cut there. And he says, okay, please try it again. And he starts, he kicks the scooter and it starts. Now, the person there then, the Indian, the negotiating Indians woke up and he asked the mechanic that, hey, I understand we agreed on $100, but what you did was just, one slam of a hammer on my scooter and it started. Don't you think you're overcharging me? The answer was very clear that, yes, the charge of smashing the hammer is $10. The charge of knowing where to slam that hammer is $90. Right? Again, I'm just trying to loosely connect the dots to you, is that it's the smart work which matters the most. So it's not that within your batch you want to get the first rank. If I take an example of success as your marks or your CGPAs, the hard work, the most hardworking person in your batch, chances are would be the one, along with knowing which chapter to read, right? Where the probability of that particular thing coming in the exam, chances are that person will score the highest. But still, that intelligence and smart work remains the key in every sphere of life. So if I go back to my 19-year, 18-year, 20-year, 21-year, 25-year self, the first thing I would tell that person is that, hey, which are the key success factors for the end goal, for achieving that end goal? And are you working hard on those factors rather than spilling your efforts everywhere? And that brings me to the third Pareto, which is that Pareto is God. Right? So with no religious bias, right? And I'm not trying to challenge. You may pray to Allah, you may pray to God, you may pray to Ram, Rahim. I pray to Pareto because for me, Pareto principle. If you guys, I'm sure you will read. Pareto was a statistician who came and said that in life, only 20. There's a rule called 80-20 principle. I'm sure your prof will take that. I read it very late in my life and understood it even later. But I think the most important principle ever I have read is the Pareto principle. Doing those few things in life and doing them well will give you exponential result. Let me give you an example of Pareto principle, and it is applicable to everything in life. We have Rohit from Google. He'll tell you, and I'm just throwing it in the air, but smash the ball out of the park if you want, that the 80% of the search happen on 20% of keywords. Right? It applies to Google, to incomes, to the population, to the fresh water availability. Everything in life is that 20% area is going to give you 80% of the result, and vice versa. What we keep on doing, however, is focusing on the wrong side of this pie chart and focusing on those things that don't matter. So in life, what matters in life? And I'm not a life coach. I'm still very young, in my mind at least, is that what matters the most is your family, your friends, then work, then money. And is work towards that. Not only you will know you, but that's the thing. And the fourth principle is where a lot of you today, you're not in a classroom, but again, 3 Idiots, Chinmay, I think, touched upon it, is, and that's my all-time favorite movie, by the way. I can see it as many times. It's fantastic. I'm sure a lot of you have seen it. Is simplicity. The simple things is what are the most effective things. Simplicity gives you clarity, and clarity is a product of your efforts and smart works. Right? So I have a thumb rule. If I can't explain anything in 10 words, that means I am not clear about it. I need more clarity on it. Hence, maxims, right, are very important for me. It is my own self-check. The simplest, the most complicated things in life can be explained in the simplest things. I am not a science student, but I know E is equal to mc square, right? Because the brilliance of Einstein was not that he could understand the complex things. The brilliance of Einstein was that he could translate those complex things into simple solution and things which normal human being like me could understand those. Right? And that's the point of universities. And just connecting it to that melted ice cream is that what the courses like MBA, BBAs, BCom, what does formal education bring on the table? What most of us, I'm not referring to the top 1% Mensa community, but majority of us would take years from our own experiences. Formal education tries to compress that, make it simple and present it to us in a digestible form where we are. Right? And successful institutes do that, and Symbiosis Fortunately is one of them. We are official propagators as an alumni of that. Right? So that's the most important thing. And last but not the least is be adaptive. And pandemic has shown it to us. If you would have gone 20 years back, nobody in their right mind would think that the orientation session of a 180 batch today can happen through virtual thing. To be honest, had Shakti told me or Chinmay or Rohit, or anyone to come down to Nagpur, maybe our busy schedules would not have allowed us, even no matter how much we would have wanted, but technology has enabled us. If you notice, it's not the hare, it's not the tortoise, it is the crow who will always win the race, because crow is the most adaptive creature amongst our ecosystem. Can eat anything, this is whatever is thrown in front of them, and hence they survive and they thrive. So all strategies, all principles you hear, there is a common layer above that, which is being adaptive. So I'll again, just as a refresh, so you have the thought process, that decide your end goal, right? And go for smart work. When you know your end goal, you know which are the areas which are 80-20 principle, and focus there, simplicity will emerge. And you add simplicity and put adaptiveness, more than not in your education, in your life, in your professional world, chances are that you will be in a happy place. Right? So these are maxims, right? These are rules or closer to truths in most of the situation. Now, Shakti, if we have time, I'll quickly. How much time do we have, Shakti? Am I boring too much? So you can let me know that I can tone down with the rhetoric. Huh?
I think you just finished in time.
Okay. So quickly, what we'll do is we'll just go for few effort areas which I would recommend quickly. That those are maxims. Now, again, to my 19-year-old self, I would tell you on the effort areas as a student of if I would have told my 19-year-old self, I would have done much better by extracting more ROI, return on investment, of what I would have put in my course. And the first one is start saving as of yesterday. Even if you have $100 in your pocket, the first lesson, most in business, right? And I would recommend it to everyone, is that start saving, right? If you're $100, save $10, $5, whatever you allow, save $1. It doesn't matter. Start the habit of saving. Had I told this to my 19-year-old self, today I'll be much more richer. I would not say happier, but I would definitely be much more richer. I'm sure all on panel would agree on that, because we are by choosing the course of BBA, in a sense, you have sold already or sold to corporate world, right? Whether as an entrepreneur or as a professional, right? So money is important to most of us, or will become important to most of us. And best way of multiplying your money is what Einstein called as a wonder of the world, which is compounding, right? I don't need to. I'm sure in your course you will eventually learn this principle. I'm sure in your school you would have learned this principle, the practicality of it and brilliance of it and simplicity of it. But start saving, right? If I was in Shakti's shoes, I would say that everyone should have a saving tracker as a percentage of their pocket, not as amount you save, but a percentage of money you get from your parents or you earn yourself or your own savings. Invest. Start learning to invest. And investment is just not on stock market. Investment is, as Chinmay said, investment is in yourself. investment is in stocks, bonds, gold, commodities, etc., as you learn in your courses. But the bedrock of that is saving. Start saving. Have a mentor. I think Chinmay already touched upon it. And there on the left side you have, if you can't recognize these, this is Warren Buffett and Benjamin Graham. And on the right side you have, I don't want to be politically incorrect, but you have, used to be a top corporate house and a top politician, late top politician. So equally important of having a mentor is the right mentor. So you have to, just like your relationships, you will go through choosing your mentor. So it's very important that you choose your mentor. That is the first step. And second is choose your mentor which has the right interest at their heart, right? And they are invested in your success. So it's, I think, one of the big game changers for me. I learned it very late in my career. So that's the pearl of wisdom from Chinmay as an HR professional and as a receiver of this thing. I have very active mentors. Mentors are different from coach. I will not spend time on that, but have a mentor. That's very, very important. Third, and that's a habit I actually got when I came to my MBA. Before that, I was not a good reader. And I never used to consume too much information. I used to disdain it, maybe because of whatever reason. But I developed this habit of reading books, articles, reading newspapers, debate and argue a lot, right? And sometimes you just, and this is your student life, you just argue of argument. Socrates, Plato, all have principles. And it's very, very important. That's one habit which I would recommend apart from anything else. If you don't have it, it does not come naturally to you. Start, doing it, and reading your books is one thing, but reading for pleasure is another. And I think that's a habit which I give complete credit to my MBA college, because they forced us. We had a course called what did we call that course? The Contemporary Business Environment, CBE, right? Chinmay, we had that as a course. So I think that's very, very important. And most importantly, again, Chinmay touched about it, find a common ground. By common ground, I mean passion and work. And I've seen in a lot of careers, sometimes even in my career, that a lot of times these two things are in two different boxes. And so that's a journey all of you have to find. And that also is in education, that how do you make a common ground on them? And the moment you have that as a common ground is where your zone of productivity starts. And that's where we as human beings are most productive. So I have passion for movies, but I'm not in movie business. So I try to combine my sermons on management or my examples through a lot of film examples. And you can see my body language changing when I'm giving a movie or something like that. So that's just one example I thought for laxity of time. And last and the most important thing, if I go back to, and this is one of the things I followed, Shakti is another, and all of us are reasonably okay in our career wherever we are, or when we see people who are good in their careers, is the perseverance, keep walking. And I again give you a filmy example. If you know the gentleman on the left side, his name is Nawazuddin Siddiqui, now he's a better actor, maybe not as big as Salman, but the journey is that if you go back, there was a movie in, I think, 2000 or 90, not even 2000, somewhere in late 90s, a movie called Sarfarosh. And you saw this actor on the right. I hope you're able to see this. And I put a red circle there, hole there. And he was an extra in one of the roles in that movie, right? And that's put 20 years. And it took 20 years for the gentleman to come to a lead role on a poster, right? So if you are convinced about something, right, and it does not mean that if you're not, so you need good mentorship to tell you that, okay, are you good at something or not? But if you believe your as an external feedback on also your passion, perseverance, keep doing things, chances are with our buoyant economy and our vibrant social ecosystem, you will reach what you would call for yourself a success end goal. So that's it from my side. And last thing is something you'll have by default, and Chinmay already touched about it, hence I did not touch, is you will definitely form lasting friendship. As Chinmay mentioned that there would be certain friendships will come naturally, and some friendships you need to invest your time. Acquaintances, friendship, whatever technical term you want to give, and a lot of my good friends, I'm including your director. By the way, there is a contest now. If you can identify who's who, there is your director on this picture. And if you still can't figure that out because there are too many people, I don't know directors there. So, your director still stands out on the left side if everyone can see. Had more hair then. And I'm the one, next. Our friend Ragini is there in middle. And then I am the one with the crooked finger pointing out somebody. And so these are lasting friendships which you will form, I'm sure. And how do you nurture them is a very important thing. So that's it from my side. Over to you, Shakti.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring address. I'm sure students will take a lot of learning from your address. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to invite our next guest speaker, Mr. Rohit Savarkar, sir. Mr. Rohit Savarkar, sir, is responsible for driving a great customer experience for Pixel and Google Store customers in APAC. At Google, he has also worked ongoing customer care for product and solutions developed for new internet users in emerging markets. Before joining Google in 2016, he was a management consultant at the Boston Consulting Group, that is BCG. His expertise lies in development of online and digital solutions, IT operations, improvement and technology transformation program. Recently, he worked in a team supporting the National Broadband Network rollout in Australia, a $35 billion government initiative to bring superfast broadband connectivity to every Australian household. He has also led technology research collaboration involving leading universities, government agencies, and businesses from India and Australia to develop innovative digital solutions. He has also worked with the Telstra operation team and was a technology consultant with Infosys. He has done his MBA from the University of Oxford, UK. He has been instrumental in delivering business and usability requirements in complex program structure. Boys and girls, please welcome Mr. Rohit Savarkar, sir. The floor is all yours, sir.
Thank you very much for that elaborate and very gracious intro. I'm really thrilled and honored to be here. Let me just first start with congratulating all of you on this momentous occasion. You've taken a decision to start your MBA with your BBA in esteemed university such as Symbiosis. And I know it's not easy. It's not easy to be here, and we all know what happened last year, especially with the students' exams for class 10th and class 12th. So I'm sure some of you have been impacted with that, and therefore, special congratulations to all of you to be here and to make this decision, for being part of this Symbiosis family, which I am a member of as well. And I'm a very proud member. Wherever I go around the world, this is a brand which I use for my advantage, and I'm so glad that all of you will be able to use that when you step out in the corporate world as well. And therefore, I congratulate you, and I congratulate all your friends and family who has helped you to be here. So when Dr. Shakti he called me up and he said, look, talk something to the young students, and I was wondering. First thought which came to my mind was, to be honest, oh my God, I've grown old. Somebody is calling me to give gyan now, but which is true, by the way. But then I also reflected on what can I say in this forum, and I really struggled because the kind of world you are stepping in is very, very different from the world where I stepped in and when I lived through for the last 20 years is going to be very different for the next 20 years, which you are going to live through. Just an example, I hadn't ever browsed internet when I passed my 12th class exam. And I'm fairly sure that nobody in this room can say that from a student side. Maybe some of the panelists can say that. Laptop, I've never touched. Mobile phones were non-existent, and people were generally using phone for talking to each other, which I don't think, maybe sometimes you do, but most of the times that's a very secondary purpose of a phone. Facebook did not exist. In fact, I don't think many of you are not now using Facebook. It's an Instagram or Snapchat generation. Google does not exist, so we actually did our assignments to a great extent. It was a very different world, and therefore the point is, there is nothing which I can tell you to do, or nothing specific which we can tell you to do, whether in terms of study this subject or do this or do that, because you're going to step out in a world which will be very different from the world where we all have lived in. And therefore, I thought maybe I'll just tell you, 2 or 3 things which I have seen common in people who I have seen succeed in their life, and 2 or 3 things which also have benefited me personally in my own career journey. And to be honest, some of them, or rather all of them, have already said it by my previous panelists. So apologies, this will be a little bit of repetition as well, but hopefully this gives you this talk of mine acts as a summary of all of what you have heard from last three speakers as well, and this just ingrains you how important it is to follow some of these things. So the first thing, which I think again all Vinay, Chinmay, and Vishnu also referred to is I call it respect the opportunity. So I'm going to talk about 3 respects, right, which I also borrowed from Google's management philosophy. So one is the respect the opportunity. I think when I talked about be grounded and be know where you are from. I grew up in a city called Jabalpur. It's not very far from Nagpur. So I used to travel to Nagpur a lot. It's one of my favorite cities, by the way. It's a great city. I came from Jabalpur. Then I studied in Bhilai for my engineering. Did my first MBA from Pune, UK, Australia, and lived in US for some time, now Singapore. But all these times, some of the fond memories which I have is from my time back in growing up, from my graduation days. Let me tell you one thing, right? So I'll predict something for you, although you are going to grow in a different generation, as I said in the beginning. All of you will do well in life. All of you will prevail. You will be doing okay in life, right? So, what will be the difference between people who will be happier versus people who will be sort of less happier is those who have respected that opportunity. There are many thousands of students out there who do anything to sit in the place where you're sitting today. So you have a great opportunity, a might of a great institution behind you, and I'm sure great faculties, a great curriculum in front of you, and a great time in front of you. Respect it. Of course, it's important to have fun, and please don't not have fun. But these are important times. This will play a very important role in shaping your future career. As Vishnu also said, you have also taken a plunge into the corporate role. And therefore, this will shape your career up to a great extent. I also would say that, look, all the subjects which you read and write, you're right, like as Vishnu said, not everything will be absolutely applicable in everything what you do in the future. But remember this, that knowledge without practice is useless. So if you have knowledge and if you don't practice it, it's of no use. But at the same time, practice without knowledge is also dangerous. So I'm a big believer that if theory cannot be applied, then it's not the right theory. And if you cannot practice, or if you're practicing something without theory backing, then probably you have not learned the theory well. So there is some value in what you learn in the classrooms. At the very least, what it will teach you is how to be analytical, how to solve problems, how to make relationships, how to influence people, how to take decisions. And all those are very important skills which you're going to learn during these 3 years, and I'm sure going forward. So respect the opportunity. I remember one of the examples, and we had an economic professor called Mr. Sinha, Vinod Bhatia, and one of our economics assignment was, we had to prepare an assignment and submit it. And between that assignment providing to us and submission, we had this thing called Vipassana, where we had to go on 10 days on a meditation course. And I don't do this normally, but in this particular case, I had prepared my assignment, everything, all my project was ready. It was just not submitted. We all went to Vipassana for 10 days. We went there. I came back. I forgot to submit that assignment on time. And because everyone was just panicking, it's just the way it happens, last minute, everyone was rushing. I forgot to submit it because I was just overconfident that, look, I've done it, and I'll just submit it. It's only the next day morning I realized, oh my God, I have not submitted that assignment. I rushed to our economics teacher. I said, look, here's my assignment. Trust me, it was ready 10 days ago. I can produce witnesses, blah, blah, blah. And he just didn't accept it. He didn't accept that assignment, which led me to fail my subject. And I repeated that subject again. I had to pass to the second time. The lesson which I learned was accountability. It's respecting that time and respecting that opportunity is something which I really stand by even today. And I'm not saying I'm 100% perfect all the time, but that lesson stayed with me for a long, long time. So whatever you get exposed to during these 3 years are going to be somewhat important, and therefore it's important to respect the opportunity. The second is respecting your passions or dreams, and a lot of speakers, Vinay, Chinmay, Vishnu, all of them have spoken about it. So I'll not delve a lot on it. Passion is a tricky thing because not everybody is lucky to know their passion from day one. In fact, 95% of people don't generally. It's something which you discover over a period of time, and which is totally fine. If you're one of them who knows what your passions are, great. That's a huge asset to have, and that's a great start to have, as Vishnu said before me. But passion also means that what really gets out of your bed the next day morning. Now that may be a simple project you're working on, that may be a simple party you're organizing, or that may be something that may be to do whatever you're doing with great amount of zeal, passion, and give it all you can give. You are currently, the way I see it is that this particular learning is a lifelong journey. So learning will not stop you after you stop this career. It's a lifelong journey. This is think of it as one of the boot camps, right? Where you can actually experiment, where you can fail easily. Because once you get out there in the corporate world, it will be a bit more riskier and harder to create impact and at the same time fail as well. It comes with a cost. But this gives you a really good sandpit environment where you can act with courage. If you have a passion about something, do that. And, and maybe it will pay in some way, but at the very least, it will help you to learn, how do I take responsibility? How do I act with courage? I'll give an example. I'm a mechanical engineer by my undergraduate. And there was this project which I worked on along with 3 of my friends. It was about building a drilling machine or a drilling tool which can drill square holes. So normally drilling attachments are always to drill round holes and square holes. And we use some mechanical engineering concept to build that. There was actually of no use. Nobody drills a square hole in this world. It's not needed. But just to prove that concept, and there were some other learnings to it, we actually created an attachment, we built over it, we worked in a workshop for 6 months. At the end of our engineering, we actually built a demonstrable piece. We demonstrated it during our labs. We all got good marks and everything. And something which I'm really proud of. Even today, it's in my CV, actually, if you, I really value it. But when I gave my final round of interview for this company called SKF, where I worked with Dr. Shakti as well, the managing director of the company interviewed me. And trust me, half of my interview was about, he was a head of an industrial engineering company, and therefore he was a mechanical engineer. And half of my interview was about that square hole drilling concept. And that's where I believe that's what gave me the first job, which I got. Now, my passion, which I applied at that time, actually worked with me 2 3 years later. And I'm so glad. Even today, I talk about that particular project with the CEO. So having that passion is very important. Second example, over a period of time, I learned to play squash, and I really like playing squash. That has almost become my passion, let's say. My admission to Oxford MBA happened because I had founded some of the squash clubs back in my employers, or when I was living in Melbourne, and I played professionally for some of the clubs. Of course, getting admission with a sort of, it's a competitive space, so getting admission over there, all of the people have good grades, good marks, good experiences and everything, but there are these things which separates you out, and I think one of the things which worked for me at that time was my passion for squash, which really worked. And lastly, I would just say the last thing which I would again like to sum up is respect each other. So that's the third respect I want to talk about. And a lot of people here talked about building friendship, building networks, and that I can't understate the importance of that. The biggest example is here when Shakti, or Dr. Shakti Bhatnagar for you, when he called me, there was no way I was going to say no, right? So you need to build, you need to respect each other and build relationship for two reasons. One is, of course, personal, because you will find one of the very good friends from this particular cohort. At least 50% of you will do that. There is data which also says that 10% of you might end up marrying each other, right? So watch out for that as well. But at the same time, networking is also important in the professional world. I'll tell you a fun fact. In Google, nobody has a title. There's no professional titles, official titles rather. We all decide our own titles. So if you see somebody's title in LinkedIn, just remember that it's a made-up title, right? There's no official title inside the company. And there are seniorities, of course. There is somebody who's a vice president, there's somebody who's a director, there's somebody who's managing, and so on and so forth. And the reason there is no titles is because a title does not entitle you to anything. Just because you're a manager or just because you're a director, nobody is going to do a job for you. If people like you, then they will do some work for you. If they like working with you, they align with your vision, your influence, with your values, then they will choose to work with you. And this is going up and going down. It's the same in BCG. The way you get your projects, it really depends on your reputation, your network, and how much people like you. And that's absolutely true from the day one. The way you build up your network, it'll pay you off really well, and that's not going to go waste. Every single relationship is going to be important. I must also say that it takes time and nurturing to build relationships, and you can't build relationships with all the 180 amongst yourself, right? So, of course, you'll have a core group who you will associate and build network more versus less. Respecting opportunity, respecting your passion and dream, and respecting each other. I think these three things I just wanted to leave you with, which I also hope summarizes some of the talks which was given by previous panelists as well. So it has served me really well so far. It has served some of the people who I see successful in life as so far, and there's a good likelihood that these things will serve you well as well in your life. So that's it. With those words, I just want to congratulate you again. Best wishes and good luck. I'm a little bit of jealous that I'm not there and I'm here, but it's great, and all the best wishes and congratulations again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for inspiring us with your wonderful thoughts and experiences. Now, I would like to request our dear student to come up and ask your respected questions you have for the honorable guest speakers.
My question is from Vinay, sir. To be a successful leader, businessman,
I think he's not here because he just messaged me and he had to go for some urgent meeting. So we'll take questions from either Mr. Rohit, Mr. Bhisham, and Mr. Chinmay.
So good morning, everyone. This is Tanujit, and I have a question for Chinmay, sir. Sir, as many students are aspiring to be entrepreneur in future, can you please guide us with your words of wisdom so that we can be successful employers or employees in future?
Yeah. I may not be the best example since I've still not experienced what entrepreneurship is all about, but some of my friends, batchmates who have, I think, done well. What I have seen is, I talked about all the things that apply to an entrepreneur, being passionate about what you do, you really care about solving, needs of consumers, needs which are, unmet, consumers which are unserved, underserved. What I have seen, and, probably, Rohit and Vishnu can correlate with what they have seen in the business world is any successful startup that has come up and become a unicorn, they all started with focusing on, unserved or underserved consumers, especially where there was space provided by the big companies because they could not go at the bottom of the pyramid. They started from there, provided customized experience, provided value for those segments. And then once the idea worked, they kind of scaled it up and gave competition to the big giants. So what it tells me is, the power of idea, the passion to kind of go through the grind, and the passion, or the courage to kind of take the risk is what makes a successful entrepreneur. And I have seen in my, as an HR professional, I've been hiring people since the time I started my career. I remember in my early days, I used to hire people from, business schools like Symbiosis or IIMs or even IITs. And many a times, we hired them in big companies. I used to work in my early days with Procter & Gamble, and we hired some very bright minds. They came, they learned the ways of big corporations, and they left the company and came up with something which basically was a combination of a fantastic idea with a lot of passion for that they had to pursue that idea, and at the same time the work ethics that they learned in a big corporation. And I have countless examples today, where people have made it really big. Some of them even got into education ventures because they could see that how a big corporation like P&G invested on its staff to make them so successful. It was like a paid MBA that they saw in the company, and then they got into academic venture and became very successful. So I think fundamentally passion is the key, and courage and risk taking, which goes a long way. And I think these days, as they say, it's better to start small, fail fast, and then scale up. Because I think as an entrepreneur, what I've seen is people who are successful, they have more learnings around what does not work versus what works, and the learnings that they acquire around what does not work is what makes them successful in the long run as entrepreneurs. So that is something which is a mindset that you need to have, that you need to be prepared that out of 100 ideas, maybe 98% won't work, but that should not deter you to kind of pursue in that direction. I don't know what Vishnu and Rohit have to add on this one, but that's what I have seen.
My question is for Vishnu sir. Sir, according to you, what should be the core strategies for being a successful entrepreneur in Indian or as well as in international market?
So I think it's a similar point which Chalmay mentioned. So I think he's already elaborated on that, and actually we may not be the right example. Right. So again, I'll borrow from people who are entrepreneurs who we work very closely. One is the risk-taking ability. We all take risks. For example, when you work for an organization, you risk your time. So when an entrepreneur comes in, हमारे टाइम पे businessman बोलते थे, entrepreneur अभी आज 10 साल से. So the The key ingredient is the problem solving need gap. If you have right now in the market a problem which is underserved, a consumer who is underserved, problem which is not addressed, and so a lot of companies. I think Google is a good example, which is another example where now earlier thing called elephants can't dance. IBM का कुत्ती आप पढ़ेंगे elephant could not. IBM could not dance, right? So the right, that's the name of the book, right? Which I read. It used to be very popular during our student time. So what big companies used to do is being big and structured, rigid. They used to leave underserved markets or leave. I worked with Nokia, by the way, so we were a prime example of leaving the smartphone opportunity there. Capital, so I'm just stretching the point a little bit just to give you clarity. Good idea does not need money. Good idea will organically get. Always remember this. Yeah, right? Execution needs money. And in the current state of the market, there is enough and more money which is flowing around. And that's why you see all these valuations. I think heart of the problem is that what Chinmay mentioned earlier, that are you pursuing the idea purely? Money and profit valuations are definitely important objectives. But they should be objective number 2, 3, 4, or 5. The top objective is that are you chasing excellence in form of need gap or underserved consumer, and are you solving a problem? That I think, and that's easier said than done. Right? All of us think that we have this next $1 billion idea. The second part is the perseverance, whether you have the patience to go through that idea. I'll give you an example of InfoEdge. InfoEdge is formed by a gentleman started by a gentleman called Symbi Talk. I'm sure you guys would have heard about him or read about him. If not, it's a fairly interesting story about him. He used to work with a company called HMM, which used to sell Horlicks during that time. And he had this idea when somebody was mentioning, I think was mentioned that have served internet before class 12. So he used to work in an FMCG company, a very cushy job, and he started Naukri.com. Very interestingly, I'm just capsulating for you. And at a particular point of time, he had to do 3 jobs. Okay, so as in my presentation also mentioned, that your conviction and perseverance is the second key ingredient on the idea. So that would be a long answer to your short question.
If I can add something, just since we are talking about entrepreneurship, I just grabbed the book right from my bookshelf. It's called Biography of a Failed Venture. It's by Prashant Desai. It's a very interesting, written in a very simple language. Talks about, very candid, talks about the venture failed because not that he didn't do many things, but he did things wrong. Right?
I'm getting an echo at my end, so you may have to move out of it.
Copy of this book is called The Biography of a Failed Venture. It's by Prashant Desai. So, as I said, there are always learnings hidden in things which do not work. So I have just started reading it. Go for it if you have time. If Dr. Shakti both gives you time enough from your busy schedule.
We have questions from Ayush and Sohar, so you may answer.
Yeah, let us take a question from Kedar and then Sohar. I think that will do.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. So, sir, today as we spoke about various topics, one was that don't just be a job seeker and be curious about all those things. So, one thing which we spoke about, that when opportunities come to you, just respect those opportunities, and with those opportunities, you also get responsibilities. But one thing lies where you bring up opportunities for yourself and you bring up responsibilities for yourself, which is, I think, what the core of entrepreneurship comes up to when you start something new from your self. So, sir, when we speak about what exactly needs to be done in the entrepreneurship things, that yeah, you should be passionate about it. You should be able to take risk factor. The risk factor comes in. But so when we come to the practical groundwork, like when you have an idea, when you have some analysis, when you have some research, or you have everything ready, but when you come to the groundwork or the practical work, when you have to enter in, or what we call it as the start of when it starts, exactly starts, some things need to be identified, and some things which are to be taken into consideration. Those are like okay, what your startup is all about, how are you going to start it, like some things which can be taken care of while starting the startup. So obviously, like sir said about this book, Failed Venture, obviously we are learning from different ventures, like how they failed, but this is during their process which was done. But sir, some basic tips, or not just tips we can say, because there's no tips in the business market we say, but some ideas or ideologies which according to your experience may help the young entrepreneurs today while starting the business. When I'm saying that the time is between the pre-activation analysis and the startup itself. So what all things can you just brush up that some things which can be applied while starting these things after the whole process is done and you completely go towards the groundwork?
Maybe let me take an attempt to answering, and then Vishnu and Chinmay, if you have something to add. Yeah, look, as a student, so I think a good place to start is maybe reflecting on the journey of some of the successful entrepreneurs out there in the world, and may also be some of the not so successful entrepreneurs in the world, right? Now, if you look at it, for those who thought about entrepreneurship during their student times and became successful, there are a lot of international examples of that. Bill Gates, Larry and Sergey Brin from Google, Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg, and then there are some examples from Indian context as well. I think one of the common thread amongst all of them were that they were really, really clear about one specific problem which they are solving and how they are solving it, right? So they had, in case of Mark Zuckerberg, he understood the power of social network, and he just wanted to solve for it, starting with a dating company for his own university, right? And that grew. So in case of Bill Gates, it was something else. In case of Google founders, it was the ability to bring all the information on the internet in a organized fashion so that it can be easily searched. So having an absolute conviction about the problem which you're solving, and then of course then it evolves over a period of time, and then at some stage all of these people have also taken help from their networks, or have also built teams which can help them execute on that vision. So having that team is another really important part. The last part, I'll just repeat it because Vishnu has said it before, is that resilience. As an entrepreneur, and especially as an entrepreneur who's early in their life, there's a huge amount of resilience required, because there will be a lot of times when you'll doubt your own ideas, when you'll doubt your own convictions, and when there are people who will challenge your convictions for various reasons. So that ability to weather all of that, and ability to kind of stand that challenges, and at the same time take the feedback and evolve it as well, is something which I think is extremely important, especially at a student stage when you're thinking about entrepreneurship.
Next question.
So we'll take just one last question.
Yes, so
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
I have a question for Rohit sir. Sir, what was the difference between doing MBA from an Indian college and
Yeah. I just did not get it first time, so I had to do it 2 times. Well, I mean, so there were 2 different contexts. Look, there is no, when I did my first MBA, I did not have any industry experience. So in India, that was the case, and maybe this is the case even today, is master's degree sometimes is important to be employed with companies. Entrepreneurship was not a thing when I was coming out of my college. It's a thing today, so maybe these rules doesn't apply anymore. But yeah, masters was important, and I happened to get into Symbi, which I really was lucky enough. So I said, yeah, let me do it. And therefore it actually helped me build some of my basic foundational knowledge, on things like accounting and corporate finance and HR and communications and operations and sales and marketing. So all of that theoretical knowledge, which possibly I've used it at some point of time in my career. When I went to UK in Oxford, I had a sufficient amount of industry experience in my pocket when I went to. So therefore, and it was also a shorter MBA, which was for 1 year. My perspective of learning was entirely different. That's where I learned. That's where I don't think I built my foundational knowledge on these foundational things, but I understood the ability to think critically about something. How to solve really hard problems, how to build and nurture your network, how to influence people who are responsible for taking decisions which are large and more risky, and so on and so forth. And then, of course, building my network as well. So I'd say that it's basically helped me become a leader from an executor standpoint, and that was purely a function of all the experience which I had in my back pocket. You don't need 2 MBAs to become a leader. You can very well become that with 1 MBA as well. It was a pretty expensive vacation for me as well from my normal corporate life. So yeah, I mean, good question. One of them helped me build that foundation. The second helped me actually mature into becoming a leader.
Thank you, students. So now I would like to take this opportunity to invite our honorable faculty member, Dr. Rajesh Sharma sir, for delivering the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Harsha. First of all, I would say that a very good afternoon to our most valued and distinguished guest, Mr. Vinay Maheshwari, Executive Director and CEO, Sakshi Group, Mr. Chinmay Sharma, CHRO, GSK Pharma, Mr. Vishnu Dhingra, Executive Vice President, 99acre.com, InfoEdge, Mr. Rohit Shavirkar, Google Customer Experience Singapore, respected Director Sir, respected teachers, staff members, and beloved students. Indeed, it is a matter of pride for me to propose the vote of thanks on this most awarded moment of the year. On the behalf of SCMS Nagpur, first of all, I spread my most sincere gratitude to God who enabled us to celebrate this moment during these tough times. I want to thank our distinguished guests, Mr. Vinay Maheshwari, Mr. Chinmay Sharma, Mr. Vishnu Dhingra, Mr. Rohit Shavirkar, who gave their precious time from their busy schedule to grace this event. Respected sir, we are truly grateful to all of you for sharing your thought-provoking ideas, such as importance of channelizing your aggression, your energy, importance of making friends, importance of goal setting, understanding your passion. On behalf of SCMS family, I can say that it was a learning experience not only for students, but also for teachers and staff members. We truly are inspired from your knowledge, your ideas, your journey, and hope that your experience will help students to do better in near future. Further, I would like to thank Professor Shakti Bhatnagar, Director at SCMS Nagpur, all the teachers, staff members. Further, a special thanks to Symbi Talk Club members and IT team, without whom this event would have not been possible. They worked tirelessly day and night, and they had answer of all the questions. In fact, they had so many kind of questions, and by the end of the day, we can say that it was well-managed program, and I wish to say that thank you very much. Further, I would like to thank our most important participants of the day, that is our students, for their lovely presence. Here, I would like to take this opportunity to thank and to inform our new students that the SCMS Nagpur is committed and aspire to deliver best services in terms of academics, curriculum, extracurricular activities. In the end, once again, I thank our distinguished guests for their lovely presence. Now I request Yasha to take the event further. Thank you, Yasha. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So we have come to the end of induction ceremony, and I would like to thank all the honorable guest speaker for taking out the time and sharing their journey with future managers. I want to admit my thoughts. A good event never ends in the world. They take only a pause and keep us awaiting for the next. At last, I would like to thank all the teachers, other staff members, and all the students present here to make this ceremony worthwhile. Thank you, students, for being such an excellent audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chinmay, Bhisham, and Rohit for taking time out. It was indeed a great pleasure for having you here and talking to our students. Thank you very much. I can't thank you guys enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and you guys have been a great host. Thank you.
Thank you. See you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir.
Ritwij, Symbi Talk Club, I think fantastic effort. Dr. Rajesh, thank you very much. I think
thank you.
It was well managed, well done, no flaws. Good set of speakers. Our own whole objective is to provide these kind of platforms so that it stimulates our thinking, thought process, and help us to lead a better life. Thank you very much. I think it was a fantastic start
Yes,
for the young ones who are starting their graduation. But good job done to Symbi Talk Club, Ritwij, Yasha, Satyajit, Rashi, and Tanujit. Good job done. Good job.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Recording stop.
Yes, sir.